Isaiah chapter 58 and verse 1. Cry aloud, spare not, lift up thy voice like a trumpet, and show my people their transgressions, and the house of Jacob their sins.
Copyright disclaimer. This content does not belong to Bible Chronicles or claim this intellectual property. The content provided today has and always will belong to the content owner. Bible Chronicles does not have any affiliation with the owner of this property. As mentioned, Bible Chronicles did not intend to make use of any material for the purpose of harvesting gain. However, Title 17 of United States copyright law states material in use can only be done when it's for theological or general educational purposes, and thus Bible Chronicles believes that this principal material falls under fair use, which honors protection under Section 107 of the same U.S. copyright law.
En la Plaza de Reyes, Black 50, Soplón. Yeah. ¿Qué vas a saber? ¿Qué vas a saber tú? Oye, chibolito, faltomé. Pulpín de los pulpines, batería de Rapunzel, de rapeos, de raptos, de lagartos en cuartel. Cualquier la pega de cruel con un viejo coronel. Soy flojo, se me antojó dormirme en el laurel. Elevé mi level con un label y un Faber Castell. Ya un papel, lo empape con sangre de todo aquel que se jura Nobel y no ve mis trenes en la riel. What's so man? ¿Por qué no sacan la tablet? Juro por mis aguas que no te hablo por las powers. Soy chinchado neto, búscame por Pico Sour y te voy a meter al centro loco como Beckenbauer. Escúchame atento mi pro, que estamos rompiéndole en pro. El negro de Plaza de Reyes como siempre rompe de este micrófono. Que quiere meterle como yo pero no puede meterle tacoprón. Si te pensaba que solo era un gallo, déjame decirle que se equivocó. Real motherfucker feeling on the street. Es el Black Sheep, Black Sea Metal de Plaza de Kings. Motherfucker, Soplón.
Nero Luigi, man, desempeño en la victoria para que sepa. Incas Mo, Money Gang Gang, yeah, yeah, Yo también he llorado, gente. También me han desplazado por mi rasgo afrodescendiente. Sí, un perro no habla pero siente. Cuento historias callejeras pa' barrios de delincuentes. Soy un perro que te ladra, que te muerde y que te huele, nene. Soy más que Lele, ustedes para mí son pelele. Con mi jauría todo el día en busca de los cheles. Tengo un perro en fiscalía que nos mueve los papeles y otro en la comisaría para evitar el susto. Muchas veces me han llevado por solo como luzco. Perdón, madre mía, si yo le causé un disgusto, pero en esta vía yo crecí rodeado de perros chuscos. Yo sé que me quieren ganar, yo sé que me quieren tumbar y no pasará porque soy de verdad. Está súper rafina la Doggy Style, metido en latina aprendiendo un style. Yo tengo el style, no mido la raza del perro, yo mido por la lealtad y yo soy leal. La calle te enseña lo que no te enseña la universidad. Saliste ese peña aquí con una seña te tiran para atrás. La calle limeña aquí nadie la tenía, ya nada es igual. Tiene que respetar, tiene que respetar. La calle te enseña lo que no te enseña la universidad. Saliste ese peña aquí con una seña te tiran para atrás. La calle limeña aquí nada le doy, ya nada es igual. Tiene que respetar, si yo soy tu papá, es Incas Mob, negro. Saliste ese, es Incas Mob, nigga, Nero Luigi, man, Incas Mob, it's Money Gang, gang, gang,
Hey, yo, Yango en la maldita casa. Me llaman pa' que les dé al menos una vez al mes. Se metieron al lago y olvidaron que era el mes. For everybody bless. La fama es una puta, me está llamando a las 3. Dile que llame después de las 16 y 25. Volví de la infancia de Abraham Lincoln. Con fuerza ya inco, luchando para salir del rincón. Letra callejera en CD brinco. Under del under. Puede que tu viejo te lo mate. los Andes. Mi cuerpo no es de madera como Dandy. Antes que me branden, yo seré la ola que los expande. Aunque esto me pique en la madera, no sirven ni para romper el ticket de un evento afuera. Loco por la carrera, desafían la gravedad. Yo espero tras la barrera y llego con la novedad. Niña, tú solo espera que ya encontré la manera. He visto bastante por querer lograrlo saltando escalones dentro de la escalera. La vida me puso al depósito, yo soy de púlpito pa' que el mundo conociéramos de esta parte mejor interprete que ha parido esta cordillera. Sin luz afuera, que el espectáculo es dentro. La calle es mi templo, tiembla el pavimento. Cuando yo me concentro, mis disparos son temas. La calle un poema, se siente desde cuando entro. Y a toditos estos drogaditos que creen que rapean, los regreso al centro de mi balcón. Yo he visto el clon de clon en la misma gestión, pero a la malla no llega el balón. Y para esta pantalla no existe patrón. Yo ya me sé la cuestión y doy fe por cada renglón. Consciente de la operación del final de Mbappé con la edad de bufón. Veían la maldita casa, Plaza de Rey y papá. El Nero Luigi, Black Mental, hip hop peruano, rasgo en la maldita oasis. Yao.
Se ve tan mal cuando miras a otro lado, los fantasmas del pasado no se detendrán hasta verte derrumbado. Peores lo hemos pasado. Andaba a golpes con la tristeza, me aportó riqueza, me otorgó sabiduría, pues se dibujaba en todas mis piezas. Yo con alegría le daba color después. La aguja sigue girando, tiempo parece se burlar de mí. Dijo que sanaría esperando, pero creo que la espina aún sigue ahí. Con los dedos lo voy palpando, cierro los puños, escapa de aquí. Agonizando, no me espera el tiempo, no voy a esperar por ti.
Nuestras huellas en la orilla se han borrado por la marea. Si esas estrellas ya no brillan, las entiendo pa' que veas. Sea donde sea, bajo la tormenta o dentro de la odisea, donde arañas cubren el cielo de tela, los aviones nadan y los barcos vuelan. Aunque parezca que va bien, no sabes bien si va mal. Besos que pueden doler, ojos que pueden matar. Tengo mi alma en el almacén encerrada, mi corazón está en huelga, mis sentimientos en ámbar. Gente, Calamala dijo que estaría presente. Fallaron como nunca, se fueron pa' siempre. Millones razones pa' vengarme, pero a veces duele más actuar indiferente.
Como no quieren ver ahogados, tenemos branquias y cerrados los bronquios como la mente de un guardia. Yo soy la montaña y vine con la cordillera. Más cojones que tu ganga tiene una madre soltera. Tú cúbrete si suena mi tu. A mí la tengo soldado fumando de su palulu. Ni un conjuro de grimorio me lo salva del velorio. Pa' tener pila valorio se matan vestidos de emporio. Y yo no quiero una pistola, estoy soñando que la vida que quería me llega a tiempo. Desde que yo la vi sola, loco ando. Vino a verme cuando el sol se estaba poniendo y se dejó una pluma y se perdió en la bruma. Nunca se despidió de mí, nunca se despidió de mí.
Vivo en un mundo que parece roto y sé que no, porque todo es perfecto y lo debo plasmar. Me fumo un trocolor tras otro y lo veo todo otro color. Me siento libre porque vuelvo a conectar. Mi gente sufre y no lo puedo evitar, más que dándole consejos siempre desde la humildad. Es su camino hacia la fraternidad, solo puedo que enseñarles a respetar.
Arda y por dentro la llama, no puedo contener la ras. Churruscao el corazón, el armazón no puede llegar a pesarme más. Si abro la boca, tu tumba al suelo, me muelo a diario y sobrado de gas. Escupo ristas perfectas, paladas de versos eternos, no mueren jamás. Cuando acabe mi condena, me vi muy solo y perdido. Cada vez más negra la flema, más elegante el problema, pero planté cara a todos mis enemigos. Recuperé las ganas, las fuerzas y el garbo. Dedico requiems a mis diablos, que aquí estoy vivo de milagro. Delicadas flores crecieron entre los cardos. Me dicen vienes más delgado que de costumbre. Será de tanto que he bailado en el alambre, que a tanta pena es mejor no ponerle nombre. Llevamos la música en vena, nuestra sangre.
El autor viene a decirnos con mucha firmeza y gran convencimiento lo mismo que nos decía en el siglo XVIII el barón de Holbach, ¿no? Un filósofo francés de origen alemán. Si nos remontamos al comienzo, entonces hallaremos que la ignorancia y el temor crearon a los dioses. La fantasía, el entusiasmo o el engaño los adornaron o desfiguraron. La debilidad les rinde culto, la credulidad los conserva, la costumbre los respeta y la tiranía los apoya para que la ceguera de los hombres sirva a sus propios intereses.
Every time I play that at the end, it reminds me when I, growing up in the hood, you had a lot of the homies and shit chiflando. Hey, boy, hey, boy, hey, boy. And then they would do the chiflado, like, that kind of shit. Good evening, good morning, and good afternoon for you that are watching from afar. I hope this will be an edifying class today. Chris, it's right there, bro. The dragon's end is near. All right, so these were parts of the classes that I was saying, and Esau have I hated. You know what I'm saying? So this is basically the finale. The finito of the class, so to speak, session. Or like Chicloso Mugroso, Chicloso de Oso, or Oso Mugroso likes to call this a show. Let me go through the roll call real quick. What up, man? Good to have you here, brother. Hold on a second, hold on. Come on, hurry up, bro. What the hell? Viva Mexico, cabrones! What up, Joe? What up, brother? Hold on a second. Viva Mexico, cabrones! I hope you're well, man. I'll talk to you in a bit. What up, familia? Oh, I gotta give it to you, bro. I can't be just leaving you. Viva Mexico, cabrones! And then Europeans, Caucasoids will never be Americans. Hold on. Especially for them, though, dog. I'm gonna give this to them, and then because I like your title, so I'm gonna say, fuck that puto.
Fuck that puto. Fuck that puto.
Be sure that it's not about you, bro. You know what I'm saying? It's not about you, but I think the title's fucking great. So let's see. Let me get to it before I get going. All right. So listen, before I get started in the class, there's something we need to talk about. I think that we mentioned it before, because again, there are individualites who believe that they are people of this great book. Now, I'm gonna tell you something. Even Cock has always believed that too. You got stupid ass Matt Walsh that thinks because he can sit at the so-called pulpit or talk Bible, all of a sudden now he's some kind of Christmas Christian that supposedly mimics what the Christmas Christian's been teaching for a long time. Now, the fucking dude's a white supremacist, straight up, and that's a fact. I'm going to show you, because look, this is what we do. See, us Hebrews, what we do is we hit back with a storyline, and then we bring the Bible, you know what I'm saying? And we are skillful with the milk, the basics. But I get sometimes deep into this. So let's go into this particular thing here. Because this isn't deep. This isn't deep. This is just deep basics. Or just basics to educate the ignorant or stupid. So let's go here first of all. Okay, because sure as hell, we got a lot of people that come to this channel, right? Specifically more of a certain nation than others. And they're always the first. I'm like, Jesus got woolly hair and shit. Mexicans aren't Hebrews. Where the fuck are you guys at? That's what they say. All right, so let's start with this real quick. Songs of Solomon, chapter 4, verse 4. Thy neck is like the tower of David. Build it for an armory. Wherein there hang 1,000 buckles, shield of mighty men. Is that the one I'm looking for? Come on, bro. Did I already start with the wrong one? Hold on a second. Let me see the spot. My dear Jesus. What a my bad, family. I already let y'all down and shit. Thought I had the right one down. Oh, hold on. Let me go through my notes. Hey, all will be revealed if you I made you a moderator. If you still have, by the way, that verse, remind me of it, bro. Because for some reason, I don't have it. It's like, what? Anyways, so let me see. Hold on a second. Let me get my Bible. Hold on. All right, let me go to Songs of Solomon. I'll get to it quick. That's even another one right there. Let's see. These are promulgate or thy temples within thy locks. Let's see. What the hell are you? All right, so let's move on from that one. I thought I had the right one. So let's begin. Excuse my Francois. I wrote down the wrong verse. Anyways, so let's go here. It says here that the storyline is Saul was coming after David, right? Saul was coming after David. And again, we are testifying who we are according to the Bible, because Christians are not going to tell us who we are according to the Bible. BHI is definitely not going to tell us according to who we are according to the Bible. We already have seen that. For almost more than 500 years, Caucasians have had the Bible, kept it from us for a long fucking time, and I proved it, right? And they've never taught us who we are. BHI comes in, and guess what they do? They kind of tell us who we are, but they don't tell us who we are. You see, it's like truth and lie. That's the best way to manage somebody's mind and spirit. Keep them kind of interested, but freaking confused. So now, let's go to this. It seems to me that some of these people do not look like the people that we always hear somebody blabbergasting about. Supposedly, they all have woolly. 1 Samuel 19:13, okay? So David's trying to hide from Saul. But this is the image of David, because this is what these people did in order to hide him, okay? Psalms 19:12, so Michal let David down through a window, and he went and fled and escaped. And Michal took an image, laid it in the bed. So, like, for example, if you're trying to act like you're sleeping, but you're not really laying in bed, you'll kind of like do a shape of your body, right? He did the same. And put a pillow of goat's hair for his bolsters and covered it with a cloth. So not only did he make like a silhouette of David's body, he put straight hair. Now, BHIs, what are you going to say? Are you going to say that David had already mixed with the other nations? That's why he had straight hair? Okay. And by the way, you guys are welcome. And you know me, man, I try to get to the class. But if anybody feels froggy and they want to prove me wrong, it's right there. Because we don't hesitate to answer questions in this channel. Okay? So now, here we see David had goat's hair. Verse 16. And when the messengers were come in, behold, there was an image in the bed with a pillow of goat's hair for his bolster. So wait a minute. So now we see pillows of goat's hair. Okay, now let's go back to what I think is the correct one. Songs of Solomon. Oh, I know what it was. I think it's Wisdom of Solomon 4:4. The first one. Let's go to Songs of Solomon 6:5. I think this is why I messed up. It says here, turn away thine eyes from me, for they have overcome me. Thy hair is as a flock of goats that appear from Gilead. Now, this is Solomon. Now, and I know, you know what? And I know this is a topic that, look, I don't have a channel that says blacks, Hispanics, and Native Indians are the 12 tribes of Israel. And if I would have done that shit, you know how many people would have found this channel? How many people would have followed this channel? If I would have done that and went against the truth? No, I didn't do that. I went against the grain, against even people that I cared for that believe in certain things. I said, bro, listen, what I'm finding is not correct of what you're finding. No. I'm saying, look, man, just turn the page over. Just turn it over a bit. No. So in this channel here, we talk facts. And once again, there's a lot of individuals, especially right now, everybody's trying to hold on to the Bible, man. You know how many people are trying to run YouTubes and read the scriptures and supposedly spiritual and all this shit and that, and nobody teaches anyone anything. All it is just talk. Oh, Daniel might have been around a prophecy. Job could have been this, or let's debate about this and that. And you know what? I don't mind watching debates. It is about kind of seeing your own people go out there and battle for you. But at the same time, debating all the time is not fruitful. So what do we do? In this channel, we teach. In this channel, we teach. And I give you guys the scriptures and books and material and videos so then you can put these notes in your Bible. Songs of Solomon 6:5 says this right here. Thy hair is as a flock of goats that appear from Gilead. Now, this is that female telling Solomon that shit. Correct? So now, let's go to, I think, is it this one? Or why would I write that? Songs of Solomon. Okay, I'll try to remember that scripture. Maybe I don't remember it. It's okay. It'll come to me. All right. If anybody knows, well, anyways, you probably don't, but it's all good. If you know the scripture about the goat's hair, I think in Songs of Solomon, not 6:5, not Samuel 19. There's another one. But anyhow, let's go to another example here. Beard to the hip. Psalms 133 and verse 2. Okay? It says, it is like the precious ointments upon the head, that ran down upon the beard, even Aaron's beard, that went down to the skirts of his garment. Listen, man, this is no hater channel and shit. I don't envy no other nation. I love the fact that I know that I'm a Hebrew to the heart, to the spirit. And every time people come here and say, oh, no, you're not, let me see your DNA, and then I show you my DNA, then all of a sudden it's not good enough. So listen, man, here we stand ground on what we do. This ain't based on DNA. This is based on spiritual understanding and spiritual facts. Psalms 133 and 2, it is like the precious ointment upon the head that ran down upon the beard, even Aaron's beard, that went down to the skirts of his garment. Now, last time I checked, I see people like them that claim to be the Hebrews of the Bible. Your shit don't grow down, bro. It goes fluff. You know what I'm saying? Like round around your beards. So-called African Americans that claim to be Hebrews claim that these people here used to be black like them. But we keep seeing Aaron's beard all the way down to its foot. David's hair like goat's hair. Solomon's hair like goat's hair. Listen, I'm telling you right now, fam. When you see my daughters, they have basically like goat's hair. Damn right, that's a fucking fact. Hold on a second.
¡Viva México, cabrones!
Maybe that's why the Most High allowed me to be born in Mexico, so I can bring this type of spirit upon our people. Because I'm not saying that I'm any better, but I think because of the fact that I was born and experienced it, and I feel the love of our gente. Listen, I'm telling you this right now, fam. I'm gonna tell you this right now. I live in a city town where it's 90% raza. 90% raza. And you know what? Man, I fucking love it. Even though it's hot as hell. You know, because California is hot anyways, around the time it starts to get hot. Southern California, that is. But man, 90% is raza, homie. And everybody's pretty much relaxed. Like, they work hard, leave me alone. On the weekends, they have their parties, families. My sons, my daughters, man, we have a great time. Like, you could feel the spirit of the people where you're living around. It's very different, fam. And that's why the Most High probably allowed me to be born there, because I am bringing that understanding, bringing that love to ourselves. Because guess what? We were told we ain't shit. We were told we're beaner spicks, wet bags. We ain't nothing. We're just Indians that supposed to be the white fucking crackety cracks came and elaborated, or I'm just saying, hold on, civilized, correct? And that, the reason I called you crackety crack is because when you say you civilized us, it's basically saying we were fucking animals. But now that we get to actually read, right? Because we can read now. Now we understand that for 500 years, you guys kept this beautiful book away from us. The question is, why? John 12:3 says, then took Mary a pound of ointment and spikenard very closely and anointed the feet of Jesus, the Mashiach, and wiped his feet with her hair. Now, when you read this book, you see, I like to be very detailed, right? Just the way I am. Very detailed, muy detallista and shit. And when I'm reading this, I'm like, okay, so what happened here? Let's be logical here, family. That type of that coarse hair, I'll say it like this, coarse hair, because not all only black folks have that kind of hair. Samoans have that kind of hair. Aboriginals down in South Australia have that kind of hair. You know, Samoans, Hawaiians, people from like those the islander peoples, a lot of them have that kind of coarse hair. Now, that coarse hair does not necessarily absorb water. You know, it doesn't. It's like beads around it. And that coarse hair doesn't necessarily grow down. It just kind of like puffs up, right? So if we're looking at, if you really want to base the Israelites on features, BHI, FOP, or whatever the hell you are, black folks, right, that believe that they are black, then let's go to it. Because I keep showing you some stuff. I keep showing you some stuff that says, listen, there's specific phenotype in these people. For example, wiped his feet with her hair. Now, this woman, think about it for a moment. If I'm like, let's so-called, right, African-American, right? Well, my hair, not fake hair, I'm talking about real hair that you can grow. Are you going to like put your, like you're gonna almost like you're kissing his feet and rub it with your head? Or will you grab your hair, because it's long, and wipe it down? That's, I think, what it means. Wiped. Now, let's go here. And I think I know now why I went to Songs of Solomon 4. Okay. Songs of Solomon, chapter 4, verse 3, it says, thy lips are like a thread of scarlet. Now, what does that mean, family? Thy lips are like a thread of scarlet. Okay, so let's go to Blue Letter Bible. We'll go to Songs 4. Here we go, right there. And then we have scarlet. All right, thy lips are like a thread. What does thread mean? Let's go here real quick. Here's
Strong's H2339. Hoot.
What's that mean? Thread, line, cord, fillet. Meaning thin lips, family. You know, like me. I have a little bit. That would be called a thread. I have a thread of lips. I have a scarlet of lips. Like a little bit of red. Yeah, like a little thread, like a little line. You know what I'm saying? Like a little string. You know what I mean? So if you're saying that, this is like what's his name, Nate the Snake. You know what I'm saying? Like they all look like Wesley Snipes. Wesley Snipes does not have thin lips like that. Okay, so I'm just trying to clear this up because, and again, I'm not just bashing on y'all like, oh, this is all about you. No. I'm just kind of going through things because I'm going to get to these Edomites. I just wanted to bring this up because it's been a while since we brought it up. It's been a while. So now let's go to Songs of Solomon once more, right? And we're going to the basics. We're not even going like deep. We're just going to basics. The Songs of Solomon is talking about chapter 1, verse 6. It says, look not upon me because I am black, because the sun had looked upon me. Watch this. My mother's children were angry with me. They made me the keepers of the vineyard, but mine own vineyard have I not kept. You see this right here? So she's saying that the reason why she's dark-skinned is because she's been out there fucking keeping to the vineyards. Listen, I'm sorry, but there are people that can tan, and there are people that can't tan. It's that simple. Now, just because you get red, that's not a freaking tan. Here you go. I know who you are, and I'm glad you're here because I'm going to touch on that. You see what I'm saying, family? Everything's in order. You see, I don't have to force these classes. The Most High wanted me to start this class today. I don't know why he wanted me to do it Thursday. I don't know why he wanted me to do it at 6. But for some reason he did. And guess what? I'm going to touch on this shit. I'm glad I don't even know who you are. I'm glad you said, you see tongue snake. You see, I love the fact this is just teaching me that I am going the right path because I am going to touch on it. You see, in this channel, there's no surprises at all. There's no surprises at all. All praises to the Most High. I'm so thankful that I actually did start the. You know what, Job, you actually said that. Like, man, all praises that you did the class today. I'm not reading your stuff yet, but it's interesting because it's like out of nowhere, bro. Out of nowhere. You see, individuals never been here before, first time seeing the channel, right? But all of a sudden they get emotional and they want to bring their whatever weirdness into this esoteric concept. Like, listen, we don't believe in Trismegistus and shit. We don't do the Kabbalah crap. We don't go in Freemasonry. You know what I mean? We don't go into the 40 thoughts of Ma'at. We don't do none of that shit. So this is what I know about kids. Children do this, family. Snake doing this. Snake doing like this to you. See, there you go. Okay, well then, if I'm a snake, let the Most High destroy me. So technically, if I'm a snake, I'm doing the Most High's job because he has control of everything. So while you sit here and think like you're any fucking smarter, nah, brah, you're a dumbass. It's time to put caucasoids in their place. You guys are the wastefulness of land. That also means a spirit. Your mind and spirit are a wasteful land. You are a waste. And I'm going to prove that today. So stick around. I like people like you. Keep the same energy. Keep it. Keep the same energy. Just stick around. Let's see how comfortable. They keep laughing, bro. I love it. I love it, fam. You see what I'm saying? They laugh because it's a sign of weakness. It's what it is. When people laugh, it's a sign of weakness. Those are not strong men. Those are little girls. And I don't mean to offend little girls. Like, those are little girls, though. You know what I'm saying? Let's go. Exodus 34:29 says this. And it came to pass when Moses came down from the Mount Sinai with the 2 tablets of testimony in Moses' hand, when he came down from the mount and that Moses wished not that the skin of his face shone while he talked with him. Let me kind of make it simpler. Or 29. It says, watch this real quick. So you can see it. When Moses went down from Mount Sinai carrying the 10 commandments, his face was shining because he had been speaking with the Lord, but he did not know it. His face was shining. How is it that your face can shine if you're dark skinned, unless you have a lot of oil? We'll get to Esau pretty soon. Job. Don't worry about it. Let him do his thing. Hey, you guys that are moderators, you already know what to do. If he gets out of line, you know what to do. And guess what, fam? It's not about not letting people post their stuff. Let people like that do their thing. I actually like that. I think it's important that they show up and actually try to act like, you know what I'm saying? Like they know what's going on. But as soon as they start, going over the line, you brothers know what to do. Hey, Job, I already made you one too. All right. So anyways, let's continue. 29, because I think today's class is important, so I don't want to get away from the point. So it says here, shining. What happens when you shine? Like, your skin. It means you get a little red, right? A little reddish. And me, I'm brown. I'm brown, like golden brown, and a little red, and a little brown. You know what I'm saying? So that's why when I hear these words and see these things that I read, I completely understand what I'm talking about. I completely relate to what it's actually saying. So check this out. Now let's go to Isaiah 29 and 22. Let's go to Isaiah 29 and 22. It says here, so now the Lord, the God of Israel, hold on, let me do KJV. And again, it's not about KJV only. I go to every translation, but I'm used to reading it, all right? It says, therefore, thus say the Lord, you redeemed Abraham concerning the house of Jacob. Jacob shall not now be ashamed, neither shall his face now wax pale. How? How is that even possible? Hey, listen, I'll tell you what. I'll entertain your bullshit. You see this right here? I'll entertain your bullshit. Let's go. Do you see the link right there? I'll entertain your bullshit. Whatever, man. Listen, I speak Spanish and English. Hit the link. I'll entertain your bullshit. Let's see what you got to say. I'm entertained by this now. He doesn't believe in the Mashiach. He hates Jesus, which I don't disagree with you, but he doesn't believe in the Messiah. He's probably an Old Testament keeper or somebody that hits the Bible. Or maybe an esoteric, supposedly, conscious awareness kind of bullshit, you know what I'm saying? Like atheist type. I don't know. But again, I always say, listen, bro, you big mouth mofo, bro, didn't hit the link. I mean, seriously. Because you're looking pretty stupid if you're not even willing to do that. You're willing to post something right here. I'll entertain your thought process. Let's see how deep we can go. Daniel 5 and 6, it says, then the king's countenance was changed. Now, how does countenance change? That doesn't happen to certain people, especially if you're white. Your countenance don't change. You're fucking white. And your skin tone don't change because you're white as fuck. And so when you're, dark skin or so-called black, or what people call themselves black, you don't turn pale. Like, you know what I'm saying? It doesn't happen. The king's countenance was changed, and his thoughts troubled him. So the joints of his loins were loose, and his knees were smote once against another. Let me show you something real quick, because I know that if I stay there, you guys are not going to understand it. Dan 5. Watch this. Dan 5:6. Dan 5:6. It says here, countenance. Countenance, let's look into the concordance of what the hell countenance means. Countenance means what? Countenance means to become pale.
Strong's H2122. Zeev.
Brightness.
Zeev.
Brightness. Brightness. Meaning pale. The splendor, brightness. Blur is used to be bright color of the face. Become pale. Become pale. You see that? I'm only reading the Bible. You know what I'm saying? I'm only reading the Bible. Jeremiah 35 and 6. Let's go to Jeremiah 35 and 6. Let's go to it. 35 and 6. And it says here, for thus say the Lord, we have heard a voice trembling of fear and not of peace, as ye now, and see whether a man doth travail with child. Therefore do I see every man with his hands in his loins, and as the woman travail in his face as turned into paleness. Why are these scriptures ignored? Why are these verses not considered? Now, in this particular case, I always wonder exactly. Okay, well, matter of fact, let the scriptures say it for themselves. When I hear paleness, right? Now, in other words, because I dissect words a lot. Like, I do like to actually look up words. I've always been that way. Not just recently. I've always been that way. I told you guys before. Deuteronomy 28 and 22 says this. All right, so catch this. It says, the Lord shall smite thee with consumption and with the fever and with the inflammation and with the extreme burning and with the sword, with the blasting and with the mildew. So now, whenever I would read this, I was like, what the hell does mildew have to do with consumption, fever, inflammation, burning, and sword? You get what I'm saying? I always wonder, like, what does that mean? So now, if we go to, once again, Blue Letter Bible and concordance, that stuff out of it, then we'll see what we're talking about. Excuse me. Hey, don't worry about him, Joe. Let him talk. He's just a dumbass. Hey, he's helping the algorithm. You know what I mean? The more he posts, the more it seems like people are interested. So let him do his thing. He's doing Satan's job. Because you see, it's all projection. Usually people project, they always project what they're afraid of. Being themselves. It says here, Deuteronomy 28:22, the Lord shall smite thee with a consumption, with a fever, and with inflammation, and with extreme burning, and with the sword and blasting, and with mildew. So the mildew, you would think, like, what is, like, rotten? No, nah. Because if you really dissect this book, which I advise you all to do, especially this chapter, right? When you go to verse 15 through 27, 28, 29, I'm sorry. It's all mental, right here. Everything you're seeing, destruction for the first time. You're experiencing it. It's like they get here and they're like, what the hell? So now you're all crazy by verse 29. And then you are physically going through what everything you're seeing. Now you're not just being a third person. Now you're actually living it. So that's why it starts with mildew, which was more of a physical, curse. I said, okay, well, what the hell are we talking about here? So let's see. Hey, look, here you go. See, listen, family. Let this guy do his thing. He's probably a girl. And no offense to girls, because I love my daughters. You know what I mean? Like, I don't have no problem with my girls. But I hate dudes that act like girls. And then they think that they're doing anything to, I don't know, you're posting here and people look at you and they see the stupidity of the shit that you're saying. I'm not mad, only people mad, not me. Okay, I'm laughing when I read this the title. See, you've been here long enough to let us know, hey, you know what? Okay, you feel that opinion. No problem. You can stick around. I don't care. You can continue to post. But what I don't understand, me personally, family, me, myself, like if this idiot had a channel and he made, and he did some shit, and I would see it, and I'm like, I don't agree, whatever. I'm not gonna come to your channel and start posting shit because supposedly I think you're 100% wrong, unless I see that it matters to me. You see, so what I do probably does matter to you. It does matter to you. I don't have to block you. That's the thing. I don't have to block you. I'm not going to. And I don't want none of the moderators to block you. Matter of fact, let this idiot stay here, family, because look at what it is. Look at what it is right here. You see that here? So he's actively listening to me. Bro, I'm in your head. You come to this channel and post after the videos. I always wonder about people like you. If you really have that knowledge, well then, hey man. Que alguien me explique, güey. You explain to me the Bible. Prove me wrong, so then you can help everybody out that's listening to me, right? So then you may say, oh man, you know what I'm saying? You were wrong. And I'll say, yeah, you're right, I'm wrong. And I won't do what I do. But the problem is that you don't do what you just did. Do you see? You actually did something smart just now. You listen and understand what I said, Red. What does it even say? Like, you're listening to yourself and understanding what you said to yourself? Bro, oh my dear Jesus. Fuck. This guy is totally high. Family, he's high. I think that's what the issue is. I think that's what the issue is. Hold on, give me a second. I was like, my radio background didn't come out, bro. What's going on, bro? What's going on? Anyways, let's continue with this because we're almost there. Anyways, the last verse was just that right there. The last verse was just this right here. Inflammation, extreme burning, blasting, and mildew. Okay? So mildew right here. Look at this right here. Look at the pronunciation.
Strong's H3420. Yerakon. Yerakon.
It says mildew, paleness, or paleness. So it's not mildew after all of these things occur. It's the astonishment. It's the fear that just came over you. Like, holy shit. Is this really happening right now? Like that, fam. So, with that being said, let's now get into the class. All right, you guys know what I do. Hey, thank you, brother, for sending me this right here. I appreciate you. All right, so check this out.
Oh, I'm Afro-Dominican. No one bats an eye, you know. But if you say that you're Taino, es una locura, you know. Story in the Caribbean, they tell us that people came from outside. They married with our women on our lands, and we become them, and they extinguish us. That's the paper.
Right,
thing,
right.
You know? And then in order for me not to be ridiculed or so that I can feel comfortable saying that I'm Taino, I have to include everything else. I can't lead with Taino. I have to be Afro-Taino, like whatever. I'm Taino, then talk to me about the rest of it. Pero Africa is not in danger of losing its African identities.
Yes,
you know?
yes.
And neither is Spain or the Europeans.
Right.
Tainos are still extinct. This idea for me that, well, the Tainos mixed, therefore they're no longer real Tainos. But so did the Africans. Are they real Africans?
Right.
In the Spanish, you know, like, why is it that the Taino, just like anywhere you say...
Thank you, brother, because this is exactly what I mean. For some reason, we are obligated, like I said initially, if I would have started this channel with a 12-tribe chart believing Hispanics, blacks, and Native Americans are the Hebrew Bible people, even though I wasn't sure of it, there'd be a lot more subscribers. But I don't do that. I bring facts. And I also bring snakes, like this guy right here. You see, what happens is this, fam. He comes in very boastful. Then he wants to be subtle. And then he says, I only answer the title. So now he's kind of trimming down what he totally forgot he came into in the first place. I believe this guy has posted on this video before, on this channel before, and mentioned some shit about the Jesus being a snake and all this and that and blah, 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 blah. So he goes off and says that I am teaching you guys incorrectly or showing incorrect things on the Bible. So I say to him, sounds good, because you want to know something? The Bible is about being corrected. And I'm all about being corrected. So if you are 100% right and I am 100% wrong, I will accept the correction. But what I find is that I'm not. I find it that you guys are. That's the sad shit. That you are very boastful, but then when it's time to prove your cause, prove your cause. If you think you know the Bible says that shit too. Prove your cause. Either help or get F out the way, man. It's very simple. Now, let's remind ourselves here. Hold on, the book. There you go. Let's remind ourselves here, family, of what we're talking about. You know, I don't subscribe 100% to this. There's a lot of discrepancies in this translation. But I love this particular verse right here, man, because it actually teaches us and shows us the real spirit of these people. The real spirit. So, for example, in Jasher 28 and 20, he summarizes who these people are. Now, Esau Edom is a nation of individuals, not just a particular tribe, like multiple tribes. And we're dealing with some of them today. What I believe, and it's all based on spirit, right? I believe this right here is one of those Edomites. That's my assumption. You know, I could be wrong. But it's the way that he talks. It's the words that he chooses. It's a belief that that sits by. And that is more Anglo-Saxon type of shit. You know what I'm saying? So let's begin. Jasher 28:20 says, and Esau was a designing and deceitful man. Do we not know about these people? Do we not or have not you and I read a book regarding this right here? Because it's true. We don't lie. We don't lie. This is a book written in 1913 or 23, if I'm not mistaken. And it's talking about organized chaos. Okay? Sorry, no, is this? No, this is it right here. This right here. I read this to you guys before. And you see how deceitful of a mind you need to be. You need to be a deceitful individual to have this type of intent. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, I'm not doing these classes sincerely, whether, you know, idiots believe it or not. Like, I'm not like trying to connive. Oh, I'm gonna do this class and I'm gonna make them believe this and I'm gonna make them believe that and I'm gonna do this and then I'm gonna collect money and I'm gonna buy me these things. You know what I'm saying? No, it's not like that. I just go through my day and scripture comes to mind and thought comes to mind, and you know, I'll just start writing stuff down and take notes from there, and then all of a sudden I start like, okay, this is a class, and I go through it, not with intent. It's what I find in the Bible, in the book, of my history, my stories, the stuff that I research. Because first it has to convince me, right, before I can spit it. Now I'm gonna tell you this: that's the kind of man I am. I will never talk about something I don't fucking have an 100% understanding. I will never half-ass my shit. I'm not that kind of man. I don't half-ass shit. I don't half-ass shit. In all my lifetime, in every sport, two sports I was very good at, soccer and boxing, and or anytime I tried out for a sport or anything, I didn't half-ass my shit. So this is what I do. I put it together and that's it. But this guy right here, he's a designing and deceitful man, one who hunts after the hearts of men, meaning the mind, right? So for example, I'm not even reading what this guy's saying, right? But again, I invited him to do this right here. If you're that ballsy and you believe you know what you're talking about, well, then just hit the link. I won't insult you. I'll let you speak. I'll give you 2 minutes to answer. Then I give 2 minutes. We can go back and forth. But you see, family, it doesn't happen because what they end up doing is it's just an emotional situation. Ha, 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 snake. And you see what I'm saying? I know for a fact now, this is a caucasoid right here, a fucking caveman. You want to know why? Because they love to call us snakes. They're the women, they're the woman, and we're the snakes. That's under that white supremacy Bible. That's what it is, family. Once again, a deceitful and conniving bastard. Your nation is going to get it, and I cannot wait. I don't wish on it, really, because, you know, y'all got kids, and I feel bad for that shit. But there'll be a time where I'll be numb to it. And I'm going to enjoy it. The same shit y'all did to our children, it's going to happen to yours. It's the same thing. You know what I'm saying? So the Esau was a designing and deceitful man, one who hunted after the hearts of men and inveigled them. And Esau was a valiant man in the field, right? Likes to go to war, likes to use guns, likes to go hunting, kill animals for no reason. In the course of time, went as usual to hunt. You see what I'm saying? It's right there. I don't have to bullshit. Who the fuck goes and hunts for rhinos and shit for no reason? Just to hunt, just to hang a what do you call it? A horn in their wall. Right, here you go, Chris, here you go. And he came as far as the fields of Seir, and it's the same as Edom. Now I'm going to tell you guys something real quick. This is exactly what he does. The conscious and intelligent manipulation of the organized habits and opinions of the masses is an important element in the democratic society, what he believes in. This guy believes in that. Totally, 100%. Those who manipulate this unseen mechanism of society constitute an invisible government, which is the true ruling power of your country, Caucasoid country, and black people too. You guys are a chessboard. And that's probably something you don't know about, but it's all good. We are governed, or you are governed. Your minds are molded. Your tastes are formed. Your ideas suggested, largely by men, Caucasoids, you have never heard of. You see, and this goes back to my point about the class, which we're going to go further into it, is of 1776. You see, this country was established and it was funded by Freemasons. So-called Christians, so-called Jews, so-called Islam, so-called all them Hindu, all those religions, it don't matter when it comes to Freemasonry. That's what they do. You see what I'm saying? They're governed, minds molded, taste formed, thoughts suggested by people like them, which, in case they don't know now, which they probably should, I think they're realizing their collateral damage. This is a logical result of the way in which Greek Roman society or democratic society is organized. Vast numbers of human beings must cooperate in this manner if they are to live together as smoothly and functionally society. So this is what he's also doing. So see, we believe in these things, right? And we study this, blah, blah, blah. So he shows up out of nowhere and it's like he's posting stuff because he wants you to believe what he believes. He feels insecure about him believing those things that he believes. So apparently he wants others to feel what he feels because alone he has a problem. I don't understand why it's important to try to influence others on other channels. And it's like, it's, you know, Caucasoids call you guys trolls, man. That's what you are. You're just trolling, right? But I always wonder, what is the point? Why troll? What do you get out of it? Like, you've been here almost what? An hour. Fuck, man, you got nothing to do. You got no kids. You got like nothing to want them to feed. You got a dog, a cat, or you got no homework. You know what I'm saying? Like, you're trolling right here. And it's so funny because the only way your democratic Greco-Roman society functions is if everybody thinks like you. That's pretty much what it is that you're showing us. You see, in this channel, we go thorough with minds. And we go into darkness too. Meaning as in regards to your dirty ass Edomite concepts. John 8:44. This is why the New Testament is so fucking far-fetched from y'all. You guys are singing some other birds. John 8:44 says this, ye are of your father the devil, and the lust of your father ye will do. He was a murderer from the beginning, and abide not in truth, because there's no truth in him. When he speaketh a lie, he speaketh of his own, for he is a liar and the father of it. Now that right there is Cain, by the way. And who and what nation of people actually consider themselves the bloodline of Cain? Freemasons. That's it. That's what I'm saying. You see what I mean, family? Hey, look, Jedi, look. Me, one time you read verse, even you not finished, read, I can explain, using my metaphor lodge. Well, hey, listen, bro. And see, this is a crackety crack right here. This is the dirty white boy, for I know for a fact now. He's a dirty white boy. Because he likes to, see, white people, like emotional, weak-ass, little wiener white people like him, they always want to insult you in the mind. They think that they're superior than you by making comments like this. In regards to supposedly I have an accent. I don't know how to speak English. Right? That's what you're getting. It's typical fucking Caucasoid, ignorant, low IQ dumbasses that probably suck the nutballs of Donald Trump. He more likely voted Republican MAGA shit right here. Claiming to be of the Bible. See, how sure you, I'm very sure. I'm very fucking sure. Matter of fact, prove me wrong. Prove me wrong. See, I know I hit a nerve. You are not smart. Yeah, I did. You're a dumbass. Let me take you to a story real quick. Here, let me pause real quick, fam. Let's see. What is it? Jamestown? What was this, the story about white folks here? When you guys came to this land, you guys, you're just bums, bro. You guys are just bums. And you were eating each other. Like literally. Like eating each other. You guys were cannibals and shit. Let me see if I can find it. Let me see. Cannibals. Is it Canna? I think it's a Jamestown. Let's see. What is it? 1611, I think. Let me see. Let me go back. 1611 or something like that. Or 1619. I did a class on this. So when these people showed up, right? They couldn't manage to even feed themselves. So the natives were trying to help them, you know what I'm saying, to farm and shit. But typical, Caucasoids, they're lazy as hell. Not very smart, low IQ, cannot reproduce. They're not having more babies. The end of them is done. You get what I'm saying? The end of them is done. That's why he's mad. So what happened is they showed up, we helped them, but then eventually we're like, I'm not going to keep feeding your lazy ass. You do your own shit. Well, James Smith, as a matter of fact, there's a story of James Smith. There he goes, right here. Hold on. James Smith story. James Smith. And the people that ate themselves in the 1600s. See, this is why you know, you got Trumpizoids and shit. They don't want you to teach them this shit because they get emotional. Like they think they're superior and all kinds of shit. Matter of fact, he doesn't even know that black folks helped them fucking conquer this land. You know what I'm saying? So it's pretty stupid. Starving settlers in Jamestown. Colony resorted to cannibalism. Oh, shit. Hey, look at this. You wait, I do how crack female. See, this is the white guy. So what makes you think I'm black, dude? Like, what's wrong with you? Fucking crackety cracks. Yeah, stupid. Man, I can't wait for your fucking, you know, I can't wait for it. I can't, man, we look forward to it. Matter of fact, in patience, in serenity. I focus and show my love to my gente, and I anticipate the destruction of yours. Because that's what you guys are. Hold on a second. Yeah, I got you, sis. The harsh winter of 1609 in Virginia Jamestown colony forced residents to do unthinkable, meaning crackety cracks like this guy. Yes, those caucasoids, those dirty ones that used to eat their own shit and piss in their own rivers, and only got filtration system up until the 1900s, because in England, y'all were still shitting in your rivers. So, you know what I mean? A recent excavation at the historic site discovered the carcasses of dogs, cats, and horses consumed during the season commonly called the starving time. Shit. Caucasoids. Caca-zoids. I got a new name for you. Caca-zoids. All right? Remember that, fam. Caca-zoids. You know what the first one means. The chops to the forehead are very tentative, very incomplete. Then the body, well, it says here, anthropologists who analyzed the bones after they were found by archaeologists from Preservation, Virginia. Then the bodies was turned over, and there were 4 strikes in the back of the head, one of which was the strongest and split the skull in half. Damn. Penetrating the wound, you guys eat your own people. Psh, it's pretty sad, bro. It's pretty sad. But you know what? I entertain idiocy, man, all day, every day, because in case you don't know this is relating to Cain. Cain, the deceiver. Ye are of your father, the devil, and the lust of your fathers ye will do. How? What makes this guy think that he can justify himself? Speaking in this supposed way, because we're trying to believe the book, right? No, it's somebody that believes that their supremacy should be primal. You know what I mean? Or primary. And you should not question anything else but what they believe. So when you have a channel, so-called, and you want to put some out there, all of a sudden they show up like trash cans, right? You know, these desolate people with no spirit, no mind, who are very small, can't even have babies no more. Now they're mad at everybody else because of the fact. They want us to believe in white Jesus. They want us to believe in some dumbass Trinity. They want us to believe in the Virgin Mary. They want us to celebrate Christmas like this guy, Thanksgiving, 4th of July, New Year's. They want us to follow eggs. Eggs. Like, what kind of person is that? It's a sad day, bro, when you didn't realize how stupid, how low life y'all are. Let's go.
Washington, D.C. has an occult layout. Watch this.
In Washington, D.C., there are 23 major zodiacs in that city, more than any other city in the world. One other thing you're going to love, I don't think it's nothing on this map. In the earliest plat of Washington, D.C., all the lots are numbered, except one. You get up to 665, and then it jumps to 667, 668. So what's missing? 666, 666. And guess what sits on that lot today? The capital of the United States. Now it's accepted by historians that the French Revolution was fomented by the Illuminati. George Washington, big Masonic. So they're passing along the ancient mysteries through Freemasonry. By the way, if you think that the Illuminati is just something you can laugh at and just some kind of boogaboo, here's a letter in 1782 from George Washington where he said, "It was not my intention to doubt that the doctrines of the Illuminati had not spread to the United States. On the contrary, no one is more fully satisfied of that fact than I am." These guys knew more about what was going on than we do today with all our modern technology.
Hey, this is your country, Caucasoid. You see what I'm saying? It's your country. You see, you didn't know that you were collateral damage. You didn't know that. Since 1770, actually, since 1492, we've had Freemasonry try to get over here for quite some time. And see, we have documentation in Spanish. I'm showing it in English. Now, you're on a late train. Yeah, what are you, Proud Boy and shit? Probably, MAGA dude, Proud Boy, MAGA dude. But you love the snakes. You keep showing it. So I can sense that that's, QAnon bullshit, right? But this is your history. See, these people never cared about you mofos, bro. It's what it says here. It was not my intention to doubt that the doctrines of the Illuminati, Rothschild, Luciferians, and the principles of Jacobinism had not spread in the United States. On the contrary, no one is more truly satisfied or convinced of this fact that I am. The fact is, I preside over none Freemason lodges, nor have I been in one more than once or twice within the last 30 years, supposedly. But he appreciates it. Right? Revelation 6:4, it says, and they went out another horse that was red, and the power was given to him that sat thereon and take peace from the earth, and that they should kill one another, and there was given unto him a great sword. That's the last one right there. Rothschild, let's go.
States. On the contrary, no one is more fully satisfied of that fact than I am. These guys knew more about what was going on than we do today with all our modern technology and all our electronic communication.
Was the capital designed for politics or to channel power from something? Because
the name Rothschild is deeply meaningful when translated into Hebrew. Perhaps the German Jewish name Rothschild is directly transliterated into Hebrew letter by letter to mimic its sound, rather than translated into Hebrew word by word to convey its hidden meaning, because the correct Hebrew translation of the German word Rothschild is Magen Edom, meaning shield of the Edomites. The Hebrew word Edom means red, as well as the nation of Edom descended from Esau, Jacob's evil twin. The name Edom is composed of the word Adam, Aleph, Dalet, Mem, plus the serpent letter Vav, which is a pictogram of a snake. The Hebrew word Edom signifies the joining of the holy bloodline of Eve with the satanic seed of the serpent through their son Cain by adding a snake, a Vav, to the name Adam. Edom is literally spelled Adam, who is also Eve, plus the snake of Vav in the Garden of Eden, to graphically and cryptically portray Judaism's secret doctrine that Gentiles are the satanic offspring of the evil serpent and Eve. Eve herself is said to be the evil, tempting female side of Adam.
Now you see why this guy's saying what he's saying. He kept saying snake, evil, supposedly, all these things. I'm telling you, man, it says, don't thread on me. This is their history. This is their history. Since 1776, since this so-called corporation was established, it was all through Freemasonry. And you guys are over there talking about deep state. Democrats have deep state. Y'all are stupid. You guys are dumb. You see, we've already been through the punishment. Progressively, it's going and moving. So keep saying snake. Let's go back, because you express yourself and expose yourself. You are no different than them. All you guys do is project. That's why I tell you, fam, just be patient. Let them talk. Some of the stuff that people say, spiritually speaking and mindfully, they will kind of move you. You know what I mean? It's normal. It's like normal. In every debate, in every situation, you do get like, oh, just know that that's just part of the way things are. And that is the flesh. Remember, it's the flesh, the mind, and the spirit. They're all trying to, well, let me just rephrase that. The flesh, the mind, and the spirit. And the flesh will try to trick you. And they'll use the mind to do that. But if your spirit is strong, If you can govern your spirit, harness your mind, you will always overcome the flesh. That's the way it works. Let's go.
Doctrine that the Gentiles are the satanic offspring of the evil serpent and Eve. Eve herself is said to be the evil, tempting female side of Adam, which means that Gentiles derive entirely from evil and have no redeeming qualities whatsoever. Many of the leading Rothschilds have had a Messiah complex and acted as dynastical kings of the Jews, like King David. They adopted a coat of arms that mimics the German Jewish royal houses of Hanover and Saxe-Coburg and Gotha, as well as the Royal Scottish and related regal coat of arms of Great Britain, which came to be ruled by those same German Jewish royal houses. The German Jewish monarchs of Great Britain changed the name of their house to Windsor in 1917 to conceal their German Jewish roots shortly before Lord Balfour issued his declaration to Lord Walter Rothschild in the name of the King's majestic government. The unicorn signifies God, the Messiah son of David, and the Sapphira Hesed, the mercy and love he brings to the Jewish people in the form of the rainbow. The lion is the unicorn's arch-enemy, Satan, the Messiah son of Joseph, and stands for Samael and the red planet Mars, and the Sapphira Din and Gevurah, the judgment, punishment, and power of Satan. The Sephirotic Rothschild coat of arms contains a red shield behind the moon of Yesod, the Sapphira of the two Messiahs. It also exhibits the six-pointed Magen David, or Shield of David, on the left-hand evil side.
These spiritual beings, such as Baal and Moloch, which they still do ceremonies for today, such as in Bohemian Grove, there is a giant effigy, stone effigy of an owl. That's the god Moloch. The god Moloch goes all the way back to Rome and Carthage, in which they were offering child sacrifices to this god in exchange for power. And then they will do your bidding, but you end up paying a terrible price for it. You end up losing your soul. And in fact, the groups that work with these entities invariably end up being destroyed, and that is written right into their symbolism, the symbol of the eagle. The original American bird was not the eagle.
Okay, pay attention to this, because remember, the dragon, I'm going to touch on it, the 12, the 8, the 6, the 3, right? And the 2 heads. They remember there's 3 heads in the eagle at the end, and then the center one dies and there's 2 left. Who is representing these 2-headed eagles right here? Right? Let's go.
Symbolism, the symbol of the eagle. The original American bird was not the eagle. Benjamin Franklin wanted to be the phoenix. The phoenix is the symbol of the cabal. Why? Because the cabal must be burned to ashes, seems to be completely destroyed, but it keeps arising and reincarnating from the ashes. It comes back. So part of their religious belief is that in order to get their New World Order, they must be publicly exposed, they must die for their beliefs, they will appear to be wiped out, and they actually believe that these extraterrestrial gods that they've been contracting with all these centuries are going to return, and they will be glorified. They will return in light bodies, and they will actually now be the rulers of the earth. So this is part of their religious belief. One of the things that I learned from whistleblowers from the cabal itself is that they have to work within something they call the rules. And this is very, very important. The rules state that they have to tell us what they're doing. Therefore, if we allow it to happen, we have consented to tyranny, we have consented to enslavement. Now, if you get into the secret history of the cabal, Queen Elizabeth's royal astrologer, a man named John Dee, who is...
Pay attention to this section, because I showed you guys videos the other day regarding Rabbi Matthews, the one that part of the root of BHI, and how he was doing incantations and shit and worshiping demons and devils. And this is why BHI, they have a lot to answer to. Why do you think Sakari loves to get pegged? Why do you think ICPK is confused about alcoholics and pedos? Why do you think IUIC is about to get destroyed? Oh, you guys didn't know that? Oh, you're going to find out pretty soon. Let's go.
The prototype of the wizard with the long beard, the hat, and what he did was to rediscover, through these ancient documents that were in the Vatican, the technology of how to access what they considered to be spiritual beings that were useful to them, but what we would consider to be demonic or evil beings. These beings need to be accessed through a very complex set of rituals and ceremonies. You cannot just ask for them to show up. You have to follow very elaborate and specific protocols.
So you brothers and sisters that are studying the Bible, and when you go into certain books and you get scared because you're like, oh my God, I'm reading some wicked shit. No. Look, the reason why religions want to keep you with one book, one translation, is that you don't know the entire book. Instead of them saying, here's your dictionary, they should do this. Here's your Bible. Here's your dictionary. Here's your pen. Here's your paper. Study. What do you mean? Look up the words when you're reading. If something doesn't make sense, look at different translations so it can make sense. Look at what the word means. Go to the concordance. Do all these things that need that. Because remember, it's all about works, fam. It's not just faith. I believe, but I also have to show it through works, meaning I have to go through the due diligence research, just like the Thessalonians. The Thessalonians talked about the same. Matter of fact, let me see if I can find it. Let's see. Hold on. Let's see. Let me see if I can find it. Let's see. Is this Timothy? Let me see. Thessalonians. What's this one? Sorry, fam. Let's see. For gospel, he didn't give hold on. Let's see. Let me see if I think there's a word coming up to my mind. Let me see if that's it. It's like one slim word, but maybe that'll work. Oh, it's not it. I got you. Philippians. Joke. I think the scripture's talking about Galatians, I think, if not mistaken. God, I can't remember. It's been a while. All right, so I'll look for it. But the point being is this: like, that's what the Thessalonians did. They looked through the scriptures. Let's go.
So John Dee rediscovered the technology of how to draw the magic circles, how to say the right incantations, how to actually do black magic on a governmental level. This is what people are going to have so much trouble with once disclosure happens, is that these people actually practice black magic. These people honestly believe that they are the descendants of gods, that they are the chosen, that they are God's special people, that we are delusional, and that the true creator is this wisdom principle that they think of as Lucifer, that wisdom principle gave us ancient mystery school teachings, and that the enemy, which they call Adonai, the adversary, which we would call the Christian God, came to try to defeat them. Then they even take it a step further and they look at texts like the Bible and they say that where it says in the end times that God will take the money from the wicked and restore it to the just, that we as a planet are the wicked and they are the just. So this is how they justify their financial corruption. They don't believe that we deserve the money. In fact, they believe that if they did not dominate us and if they did not control us and play all these games, that we left to our own devices would destroy our planet. So in some twisted rationale, they believe they are saving the earth. They believe humans are bad for the environment. We cause pollution, so they have to reduce population. Then they seed that into movies like The Matrix, where Agent Smith says that that humans are like a virus on the planet. This is one of a variety of ways in which they will usually embed their teachings into the villain.
Minds, most of these people running around, we're not going to win their hearts and minds because they don't have hearts and they don't have minds. So, how are we going to, there's no reason to think we're ever going to convince them, but we can deport them, we can put them in jail, we can make their lives miserable, we can cut off their funding, and that's what the Trump administration is doing for the first couple.
We're never going to win the hearts and minds of anti-Semites because they don't have hearts and they don't have minds. But what we can do is hit them where it hurts. We can arrest them, we can deport them, and we can cut off their funding. And that is exactly what we are seeing the Trump administration put into action.
Who gripped it off of free speech and who won't say anything, and recognizing that this administration, this current administration, is taking a turn that is quite dark. Okay, it is not what we signed up for. We are supposed to be the people who defend speech. So why is it now I'm finding myself in agreement with Anna Kasparian?
If you are spewing anti-Semitic garbage, you're actually free to do that as long as you don't act on it, right? Free speech is a thing. Hate speech is protected under the First Amendment. This guy thinks that simply criticizing how Israel is prosecuting the war is already anti-Semitic. It's already anti-Semitism. And he wants to throw you in prison for it.
Yeah.
In prison for it.
And by the way, that was an answer to a question about Tucker Carlson and Candace Owens. So we're not talking about student visas anymore.
Que es un criminal sionista, lo digo abiertamente, él apoyó a Trump y es íntimo de Netanyahu. Entonces, cuando llegó Netanyahu a Dallas, Texas, que había un grupo de judíos o israelíes, no sé cómo se diga ya eso, le decían, oye, ¿por qué persigues tanto a los palestinos? Y les dice, los palestinos son para nosotros los israelíes lo que los mexicanos son para ustedes en Estados Unidos. Entonces, yo veo la palestinización de los mexicanos en Estados Unidos.
Con todos los componentes.
¿Cómo?
Con todos los componentes, porque primero Estados Unidos le roba el territorio a México, después le termina de construir un muro, después los ataques xenófobos y racistas por un componente étnico y religioso también. ¿Qué falta?
Bueno, falta el último capítulo. Vamos a empezar a ver, hay que tenerlo en el escenario, una gran discriminación sobre los mexicanos. Eso a mí me queda muy claro. Y Estados Unidos, porque aquí la pureza blanca del WASP, del racismo, supremacismo, es igual que la pureza inventada de los nuevos judíos del siglo XXI, que ni son semitas. Lo digo con responsabilidad. Hoy uno llega a Tel Aviv y el 25% habla ruso. Son de origen házaro. Los házaros, lo digo también con definiciones puntuales, son mongoles centroasiáticos. No son semitas.
Now, let me show you this video real quick, and I'm going to interject. Give it like 2 minutes. That's it.
What's up, everybody? It's Killer BB Doggone Witch Rider General. You gotta witch, I burn them up. Just look at y'all leader. Look at y'all Hebrew Israelite founder, Mr. Rabbi Matthews, practicing black magic. Putting that black magic on y'all. That's what got your heads all messed up, thinking y'all Israelite. Let me read this to y'all. Matthew's personal papers and the Sloanberg Library in New York includes 2 amulets of geometric design in Hebrew words borrowed in part from the 6th and 7th book of Moses. What's the 6th and 7th book of Moses? A book on witchcraft, how to perform black magic. These amulets offer a unparalleled, let me say this too, that book ain't written by no black people. That book was written in France by some white folk. These amulets offer an unparalleled view into the hidden transcript and the private settings where Rabbi Matthew performed the most secret, transformative rituals at the hidden heart of black Israelism. The square amulet in Matthew's personal papers was modified from second tablet of the Spirit of Fire found on page 16 of the 6th and 7th book of Moses. What makes the derivation of Matthew's diagram from the Lawrence diagram indisputable is the fact that the Lawrence had reproduced a calligraphic error in the Hebrew that Matthew has repeated. So basically, Matthew's bit off the damn book, right? That he was known for doing shit like that, biting off of something.
Yeah, yeah, you can see that. Thank you. Triangle upside down as well. So it says, as above, the upside down triangle, so below. It's the same concept. Since 1776, this is what they actually have embraced, said this is where this whole nation of people developed their, demonic, magic, esoteric concepts, claiming to be believers of the big book, creating individuals that are just fucking dumb and stupid, making them believe that they actually were superior than other nations, and then they were not. Never were. White folks came with dark-skinned people to these lands, and they enslaved both white folks and black folks, or dark-skinned people, I should say, I guess, to kind of make it a little more gentle for y'all because you get offended, were the ones that actually conquered, Jews and Moors. Fake ones, obviously, right? We're talking about those people. Then the British came later on. But you know what? Let's just say it like this. All of it was through that magic, that black magic. You see what I'm saying? So I don't care if you supposedly Caucasoids figured out that the government, shut the fuck up with your fucking government. You see, you need to shut up with your politicians and your fucking government. It's not government. This is your people. You guys brought this here. You're part of that. You can't get away from it. No matter how much you try to criticize, or can't even spell president right. No matter how much you try to criticize or say some shit or make dumbass faces, this is who you guys are. And you can never get away from the facts that this is who you guys are. You guys are demons. And an individual like you are all just collateral damage. And you know, it's sad because, quite frankly, my kids are seeing the oh my God, I can't even say the word. The eventual destruction. I show them all the time. Yeah, I cannot produce babies. You guys are overdosing. You're high on crack cocaine. You're high on fentanyl. You're promiscuous as hell. None of your daughters are virgins by the time they're 14. By the time they're 14, they lose their virginity. They don't know how to court. They don't know how to wait until actually finding somebody to get married with. You are a destroyed nation. All the cup that you took, you overdrank it. And now you're drunk of power, which is why you say and laugh and, hey, listen, giggle it, man. I appreciate Edomites coming to my channel and proving our point.
And they use it for their own. The word at the bottom, ha-clock, meaning the power, has been miswritten. An errant vertical line closes the gap of the middle letters. See? See this here? I can skip y'all. I might share this one day. I might share this with y'all one day. The two omelets shed light on man.
I've actually shared that book with y'all, so don't even trip on that shit, man. Don't even trip on that. I've shared that book with you guys, man, so don't even worry about it. I've done classes on it. It's pretty interesting because, you know, you bring this. Matter of fact, BHI don't ever want to talk about it. BHI never wants to talk about it, man. They always want to tell you, shut up, Nate the Snake. That's what I say. Shut up, Nate the Snake. That's IUIC's leader. He's a dumbass. Yeah, I said it. Prove me wrong. Let's continue, because this is your root.
Matthew's esoteric theology, part of the secret knowledge at the heart of his black Israelite.
This is what I mean. Right here. Right here. This is what I mean. So let's go to it real quick. This is why I like education. I love the heathen to just be who they are. It says here, ask yourselves, United Nations, Trump, Muhammad, or Allah himself, or Jesus himself, or what kind of pastor can't give us to forget his sin, huh? Always read Bible, Quran, or what kind of book? I don't know. So what are you, a Muslim? Is that what you're saying? Shit, even worse. You're in the wrong channel. You don't want to hear about my shit. And I haven't really given a lot of, weight to Islam, but if I even give it, I don't know, like 24 hours of my time, you will damn well know I will probably, you know what I'm saying? Like, como decimos en español, te encueramos con verdades, cabrón. That's what we do. Te encueramos con verdades. It's funny. Anyway, so here we see the ungodly like him. For we were born at all adventure, and we shall be hereafter as though we had never been. For the breath in our nostrils is as smoke, and a little spark in a moving of our hearts. This is why this guy's complaining, because he doesn't want to accept the fact that they're the last beast, that they are that nation that's going to get fucking destroyed. You see, so they believe in this. Like, listen, we die once, whatever, dude. You're a snake. You don't know what you're talking about. Blah, blah, blah. Okay, sounds good. You know what I mean? They don't believe in regeneration. They don't believe the spirits like have longevity of, you know what I'm saying, of existence. But anyways, Wisdom of Solomon 2:3, which being extinguished, our bodies shall be turned into ashes, and our spirits shall vanish as a soft air. And our names shall be forgotten in time, and no man shall have our works in remembrance. And our life shall pass away as a trace of the cloud, and shall be dispersed as the mist that is driven away with the beams of sun, and to overcome with the heat thereof. For our time is a very shadow that passeth away. You see, that's what he believes in. And after all, and there is no returning, for it is fast sealed, so that no man cometh again. So this is what he believes in. That, Caucasoids live once and die, and that's it. They never come back and they don't pay for their shit. But you Caucasoids will. You will pay for their shit. Because you didn't get to this position of power because you were some fucking intellectual. Nah, y'all are a bunch of dumbasses. You got help from the wicked ass spirits. Made you not smarter, just gave you certain hints on what to do, certain things. Because let's put it this way. Whenever you guys can't win something, you always call the black man. That's a fact. Especially in sports. Shit, even in science. You always resort to him. Look, it is a fact that this Caucasoid nation is the least among the entire earth. And it's very well known the entire world has seen the diminish of this flesh that allows this type of spirit to come into this ether or earth of ours. For our time is a very shadow that passeth away, and after our end there is no returning, for it is fast sealed, so that no man cometh again. Come on, therefore, let us enjoy the good things that are present. Let us speedily use the creature like as in youth. Like when you're 18, 19 and shit, you're like, you don't know nothing, you're just horny and you want to go around and sleep around. This is exactly what it's saying. Look, listen, bro, we only die once. Don't worry about it. That's in your nature. You know what I'm saying? You're a man. Go ahead and sleep around. It is what it is, bro. Don't trip, man. Hey, listen, you want to conquer a land? Don't worry about it. You know what I mean? God will forgive you. Jesus loves everyone. Don't trip. Let us fill ourselves with costly wine and ointments, and let no flower of the spring pass us by. Now, listen, I grew up in San Diego, so I used to go to San Diego downtown, and that's exactly what it is. Every weekend, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, it's let us fill ourselves with costly wine and ointments, and let no flower of the spring passes by, meaning like, let's go drink, let's put some perfume on or cologne on, and let's go get laid. This is their doing. This is their thinking. This is their talk. Because quite frankly, there is nothing else that they have taught us or proved to us at all. Look, Liz, even if you try, I'm not reading your stuff. I'm just kind of glancing. I don't know what you're saying. Someone else can read his stupidity. But what I think is that you are here because you try to hold the Bible and think that you know what you're talking about in the Bible. You don't know what you're talking about in the Bible. And I'll tell you this, bring me one of your well-versed Bible so-called thumper Caucasoids, and I will gladly put the link up again because I've been doing it for your dumbass, and apparently you're too scared to prove your people right. You actually are proving your people to be weak and not very smart, very unintelligent. Oh, so you're Islam, dude. What the fuck are you doing here? Oh my God, fam. This guy's drunk. Anyway, so you know what? Let's move on from this because this is crazy. As a matter of fact, here let me do. Oh, I think right now he got offended. Here's why I think he got offended, fam. I'll show you why. Because the algorithm puts stuff up, right? He put stuff up. So the algorithm probably brought him to my channel because, I bombshell his stupid ass and exactly how Psalms 83 is right here. You see, so yeah, Ishmaelites can get that shit too. Ishmaelites can get that shit too because you effers were here as well. You see, there's three main funky ass demonic religions: Islam, Christianity, and Judaism. Judaism, by the way, is not Bible. It's Kabbalah, okay? Get that through your clear head. Now, I do know that Islam or Muslims practice Kabbalah teachings because I actually have examples of statements that are said in Kabbalah that you guys, see, I hit a nerve. See, I told you. I hit a nerve, fam. I always hit a nerve. Look, I hit a nerve. I'm telling you, family, I hit a nerve. I love it. I hit a nerve. Look at that. So now since you're laughing, I appreciate that. Thank you. That just proves to me that I am not wrong. You see, what happens is when people laugh is because they have, how can I say this? Fear. They get scared. So in this channel, we go have heavy in regards to who we are according to the Bible. And we don't color coordinate or color select or texturize who we prefer. No, we go with facts. If the Hebrews were this way, then I would say that. But that ain't the same. Hey, do me a favor, family. Why don't you do this? Because now that we know that he's a Habibi and shit, put him on timeout. I'll deal with Habibi pretty soon. Fucking Habibis, bro. Hey, why don't you go help your people over there instead? Instead of arguing with me, why don't you go tell some of these Israelis and shit to stop shooting motherfuckers? You're wasting your time over here. That's pretty stupid, man. Anyways, so here we see, in regards to, hold on a second, my bad. The book is called, I've shared it with you guys many times, so it's called Jews and Muslims in British Colonial America. You see that right there? Right? So now, this book is heavy, fam. This book is heavy. I say, get it. I've said it with y'all many times. You know what I mean? If you haven't read this book by now, it's not even that long. It's 300 pages, man. Shit, read it. So this is what it says. The first and second, hold on a second. It's on prefix. The first and second British colonies in North America, Virginia, Massachusetts, were provisioned, funded in people by persons of Sephardic Jewish and Muslim Moorish descent. Now, listen. That's why when people started saying, Sephardic people are people, shut your ass up, bro. You talking dumbass shit. These people were enslaving our gente. Unless that's what you like. Booty must be that good. Current genealogical studies of the Appalachian descents of these early colonists demonstrate that they carry DNA haplotypes, male, female lineage, and genes from Sephardic, Ottoman, and North African founders. You see that? You see that shit? Now, you can go in this book, right? And you can find out a lot of stuff about this information here in regards to who they are. And this is the interesting part, because we're talking about 1776. You see, I'm going to show you who these people worship in reality. The so-called evangelicals, the Israelis, all these people, Islam, all that dumbass bullshit. Jihadi dumbasses and shit. I'm going to show you where all that comes from. And the Bible said it. The second perplexing issue is given an overwhelming Sephardic Jewish Muslim presence in the American colonies prior to 1776. So Matt Walsh, you see, crackety crack. All right, Matt Walsh. I'm sorry, egg white. You don't know your history. Like, you really thought that you guys were that glorified, that white folks created all this shit on their own. No, dumbasses. Y'all got help from other people. That the Bible said it. Psalms 83 clearly said it. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, to me, it's kind of like a really radical stupidity for you to sit there in your Matt Walsh channel with a funky beard, talking tough, and damn well you won't put the gloves on. Not even just fist fight. You won't even put the gloves on. Let alone you won't pick up a gun to to protect your people. I know that for a fact. People like you are weak. I can see it right through you. And that's the sad part, because you know how you get away with it? Oh, I'm a Christian. In this channel, we don't do that. In this channel, we are very sure of who we are, according to the Bible, because nobody else told us. So guess what? We found out ourselves. It says here, American colonies prior to 1776. Why that version of history was not... Well, let me read it again. The second perplexing issue is giving an overwhelming Sephardic Jewish and Muslim presence in American colonies prior to 1776. Why that version of history was not the narrative promulgated to generations of Americans in their textbooks and public records. You see what it says? That they are hiding a history. And this is why I also believe this, because I don't care about politics, but I believe that if white folks and black folks just are very honest with themselves and say that you both motherfuckers enslaved people, had slaves, from 1492 all the way through 1865 and fought to keep slaves, you may just actually come to some understanding with those nations, bro. But as long as you guys lie to each other, we as indigenous individuals, we understand and see you from a distance that this is exactly what happened. Like the Bible said, we see things in part through a glass, not clearly, but eventually we'll start seeing it very clearly. So let's continue. It says here that why does that version not be talked about? Our present study does not support to answer this riddle. Some of it has to do with the declining fortunes of Ottoman civilization. Now, I've done classes on this family. This is why I go into those things. None of what listen, I'm going to say it right now. Everything that I show always connects with itself. Byzantine Empire, Ottoman Empire. If you guys been following this channel, you should know who Ottoman is. Fortunes of Ottoman civilization during these formative years of national identity, along with the shifting definition of what constituted Jewry, Judaism, Jewishness. Certainly, we can speculate that with the passage of National Racial Exclusionary Act of 1790, you listen to this. The Racial Exclusionary Act of 1790. What does that mean? Let's look it up. It says here, the naturalization restricted to U.S. citizenship to any alien being a free white person. It denied U.S. citizenship to black men and women regardless of whether they were free or enslaved and free. You see this? So it says here that certainly we can speculate that with the passage of National Racial Exclusionary Act of 1790, meaning like after 1776, the Anglo-Wops, the white Anglo-Saxon Protestant, made a radical change in their laws and said, F you fucking dark-skinned bastards or you fake-ass Jews, I want to exclude y'all. And I don't want to teach none of that to our history. It happened once again in 1900, literally. Once again, for you guys that are atheists and supposedly believe in evolution, okay, dumb fucks, explain this to me. If we're supposedly over in like evolution, right, and we don't regenerate, why the fuck do we keep doing the same thing over and over and over and over again?
Que alguien me explique.
Life keeps repeating itself, but you guys believe in evolution. So if it's evolution to do the same dumb shit, is that the case?
That's gonna hurt.
Anyway, so apparently after this act, which targeted not only persons of African and indigenous descent, which targeted not only persons of African, but remember, keep in mind, who was helping these people conquer these lands? Africans. Right? So then they were the first ones like, nope, I'm sorry, you helped me. It's kind of like that friend that's not your friend and says, hey, come help me with some shit. And you're like, yeah, sure. And you're like a stupid ass, go help him. And then you go help him and he's like, oh, okay, thank you, man. I don't need your help no more. And it's like, okay, so what do I get? Nothing, puto. It's like berg. It's like that. It's just like that. You see, and we see it right now, right? What did Donald Trump, what did the Republicans do? They wanted the brown vote, the black vote, the Asian vote, the Arab vote, the Cuban vote, the stupid Cuban vote, the Venezuelan vote, all you dumbasses and shit. And then what do? They turn their back on you. Pinches pendejos. Y'all deserve it. Anyway, so it says here, which targeted not only African and indigenous descent, meaning our people, but also those who were, you see what I'm saying? So it's like, first of all, they mentioned, well, African people, you know what I mean? But indigenous, for sure, it didn't even matter. Like, we're like whatever, it doesn't matter, like always. But however, Jews, Saracens, Turks, and Egyptians were also, and other pagan infidels races. American families whose ancestors included persons from these now non-grata groups decided to quietly cover up their origins. You see that? They claimed themselves from that point forward to be publicly, at least, ordinary British Christian folks.
That's gonna hurt.
You want to know what I say to you, F.O. son of a bitches? Sorry, you know what I mean? Sorry to say it, and I don't want to say it so rude, but...
Fuck that puto. Fuck that puto.
This is the problem with this nation of people, that you guys are not being honest with yourselves. And you see us as indigenous Hebrew bloodline, that we saw the destruction and the oppression that you oppressed upon our gente, right? And we're still here, by the way. That we see now the stupidity. You guys always vote Democratic or Republican, Democratic or Republican, and nothing ever changes. You guys truly believe in the system, and you want to involve us in this whole process of stupidity. And we're not doing that shit no more. So now we see here that racial exclusionary act of 1790 made Jews, Saracens, Turks, Egyptians hide under this bullshit. Damn, bro, that's a good one right there. Now, actually, I thought you were going to say the Maccabees one, the Maccabees one where it forced everybody to hold on. I'll read yours in a bit. I saw Maccabees. I thought it was it. Nah, bro, it was this one, man. That's the one you should bring out right here. Hold on. Second Maccabees 4:15. That I thought you were going to bring this one out. It says, and not setting by the honor of their fathers, but liking the glory of the Grecians best of all. By reason whereof this one actually, not setting by the honor of their fathers, but liking the glory of the Grecians best of all. So what had happened here? Well, guess what? The glory of the Grecians convinced them, right? And the glory of the Grecians convinced us as well. Everybody's followed suit at this point right here. It seems to be. Everybody became a British Christian. Because if not, you were going to be treated like us. And you can't say this right here, so-called, because even up to 1865, there was black folks fighting for slavery.
That's gonna hurt!
So until you guys are honest about that shit, nothing can move forward. The choice presents not only a tragic loss of identity for the individual families involved, effectively negating their own history, but also serve the falsity the true nature of America's colonial experience. So that's why you got people like Matt Walsh, you know what I mean? All these fucking Caucasoid dumbasses and shit. They think they're so glorified and so, like smart, and it was us, Matt Walsh, like, it was the hand of my ancestors that built this country. It's like, bro, you really don't know your history, do you? You really don't. It wasn't you guys. You guys came after. But look, listen. Right here is why I was tripping on the fact that guy kept saying it. Snake and snake and snake, snake, right? So never again through the serpent's eye. I showed you this book before. It's called The White Man's Bible. This is a powerful new religious creed structure for survival, expansion, and advancement of nature's finest. Nature's finest. Really? Can I take you back to 1609 where you guys were eating each other because you were too lazy to work? Can I take you back to 1900 with your fucking plumbing system? You guys were shitting and pissing in your rivers that you guys would drink out of? Let's bring facts. Let's not bring fictions. Okay, so we see White Man's Bible. We see here, and this is the same book where you see the word Esau, by the way. But for the sake of time, let's move on. Now, let me give you back some scripture real quick, because I don't want to forget. We're going to go heavy on this today. Psalm 64. Let's continue to prove your cause. Psalm 64:2. Hide me from the secret counsel of the wicked, from the insurrections of the workers of iniquity, who whet their tongues like a sword. Somebody mentioned double tongue, right? It's the same idiot. I'm glad he's going to bring it up, right? This is the same people that say, "Oh, I have the word of God in my spirit." I'm speaking in tongues, you stupid asses. Who whet their tongues like a sword, who don't even speak the word of the Most High and bend their bows to shoot the arrows, even their bitter words. Why? Because it don't make no fucking sense, and it has nothing to do with the Bible, but it's just a bunch of Christmas Christian doctrine. What's up? You can have one. Hurry up. Come on, man. I'm in a class. No, I bought these. Yeah. Those are the ones I gave you. Give me a second. Oh, kids. Oh, my God. You see what happens? Anyways, it doesn't matter. Who whet their tongues like a sword and bend their bows to shoot their arrows, meaning they are a deceitful nation. Remember that word? Jasher 28:20. Esau was a designing and deceitful man, one who hunted after the minds of men and inveigled them, meaning that he would coerce them to do shit. Who whet their Psalm 64:3, who whet their tongues like a sword and bend their bows to shoot their arrow, even bitter words. So he's not talking about an actual physical attack. He's talking about the mind. He wants to trick you. This is the demonhood of Edomites, Caucasoids, like the guy that was here earlier. That he look, listen, I'll say it like this. As soon as I started doing what he was doing to me, he got really mad. So what I did, family, was, he was, without really bluntly saying it, he was basically saying I'm stupid, right? You know what I mean? So all I did was just started calling him stupid, like dumb, low IQ, dumbass. And I started showing him what they've done, and he fucking bugged out. He bugged out. He was so mad. He started posting stuff in a row real quick, and I knew at that moment I had already moved the spirit, destroyed it. So it was only a matter of time. That's why it was like perfect. So this is what they do. Caucasoids. That's why Donald Trump likes to say, "Oh, you're low life. Oh, you're low IQ. Or you're dumb. You're stupid." Because they say that because you got a tan, whatever, dark skin, you must be dumb. Nah. Well, let me show you something. Hold on a second. Hold on. Not only will I not go to your colleges to learn this, not only will I not go to your seminars to learn this, not only will I still be who I am, and I will still outsmart you. And you don't like that. So that's what I did. It was that simple, fam. I waited. Then I said, okay, let me try it on you, because that's what I always see, reaction. You see, I'm almost 50 years old, so experience does matter. I know I may sound young and talk young and have a lot of energy because that's always the way I've been, but I am almost 50. Thank the Most High that he's given me that understanding, knowledge, and is still keeping me young in spirit, man. Let's go. Let's continue with this stuff. It says, who whet their tongues like a sword and bend their bows to shoot the arrows, even bitter words, that they may shoot in secret at the perfect. Who is the perfect? Those that are attempting to follow the word of the Most High. That doesn't mean you're always going to get it right. Just like Abraham. Abraham was called. He was called perfect. Did he get it right? No. His father, great-grandfather, great-great-great-grandfather, like 5 generations of just freaking idolatry, man. But he walked with him. That's why Wisdom of Solomon 1 or 4, I believe, talks about he walks with you. Wisdom walks with you in your crooked ways to determine what we at. Can I trust you? Can I give you the knowledge? Can I really give you what will make you so powerful? That's exactly how it worked for Abraham. So it's doing it to us as well. And that they may shoot in secret at the perfect, because they know we're growing. Suddenly do they shoot at him, and fear not, it says. Why? Because if you have wisdom, understanding of the scriptures, if you study this stuff and you know this is your book, there's nothing they can do to tell you, to discourage you, because they encourage themselves in evil matters. So as long as you believe what they're doing, like this guy, if he would have showed up, if people believe in it and I was over here out of order, he would have been encouraged. They encourage themselves in an evil matter. They commune of slaying snares privily, meaning they always what? They're conniving bastards. Snares privily here, I'll show you, just so you can see exactly what it means. Verse 4, it says here, they are quick to spread their shameless lies. They destroy good people with cowardly slander. They encourage each other in their evil plots. They talk about what they will place their traps. No one can see them. Oh, my dear Jesus. How else can we fucking define these people? Jasher 28:20, Esau was a designing and deceitful man, one who hunted after the hearts or minds of men and inveigled them, meaning to trick them. To trick them. Are we lying? We're not lying. They make evil plans and say, we have planned a perfect crime. That's like Trump. The human heart, the mind are a mystery. It's true. The human heart and mind. You see that, family? This right here, in case you don't know, it's called consciousness and subconsciousness. There is a mind and a heart. There's also a spirit. We're going to get, I don't want to get deep in that. Not today. We could get deep in that, but not today. All I'm telling you, fam, is if you study your great book, none of these caucasoid individualites, stupidity full of shit, white supremacists, hateful bastards, would ever be able to convince you. Because you want to know something, fam? When you read this book and you start seeing that things are turning around for you maybe a little bit, it's also doing it for your gente. Lamentations 4:21, laugh on, people of Edom. Laugh on, people of Edom and Oz. Be glad while you can. Your disaster is coming.
Oh, that's gonna hurt!
You too will stagger naked in shame. You see this? Because why? Because they drank the cup. They drank that cup. And I'm going to tell you something. I'm not saying I wish like, oh, I cannot wait to see this. No, I don't lose sleep over this. But I do look forward to it. Psalms 137, verse 7 through 9. Remember, O Lord, the children of Edom in the day of Jerusalem, who said, raise it, even to the foundations thereof. Meaning like not raise it like raise the bar, meaning like destroy it, you know? O daughter of Babylon. Now keep in mind, it says daughter of Babylon. Remember, these are 4 beasts. The first was Babylon. They all have one thing in common. Remember that, okay? That rewarded thee as thou hast served us. I'm sorry, O daughter of Babylon, who art to be destroyed, happy shall he be that rewarded thee as thou hast served us. So the whole entire nation of these people will be destroyed. And look what it says. Happy shall he be that taketh and dasheth thy little ones against the stones. Now, when you share this to Christmas Christians, they're like, oh, but you can't hate on people because, you know, God loves everybody. I'm sorry. If I was sitting here right now, and these, excuse my language, these motherfuckers grab my child and dash his head to pieces, what do you think I'm gonna feel? Do you think it's gonna be like a nice, I'm sure Jesus did it for a reason? Hold on, fam. I understand what's going on right now. I had the right page, but apparently it's not putting me there. Here, hold on. Let me see if I can do this. Let me see. Oh, great. Oh, great. Hold on a second. Let me try to fix it. Okay, so 1, 2, 3. Man, I can't even tell which. Oh, I know what I'm doing wrong. Let me take care of this real quick. Hold on a second, fam. There he goes right here. There he goes. Okay, so we read Psalms 137, 7 and 8. Happy shall he be that taketh and dasheth thy little ones against the stones. Why do I read that? This is from the book called American Holocaust. And in these pages, 146, it's going through genocide. Y'all know what genocide is. Destruction of a nation of people. Okay? And what do we see here? Now, keep in mind that Spaniards were just not white folks, fam. They were white and black. Okay? They were white and black. Let's not give ourselves some false narrative. This is not just about, oh, I hate white folks. Nope. This is just a topic on the kingdom that they run, how it's going to be ending. But there's people that helped them out. That's why you cannot ignore what Psalms 83 is talking about. Psalms 83 talks about these things. But, you know, these guys are the first ones. And then the Ishmaelites, you know, Habibi came over and shit, tried to tell me some shit. So now, It says here, on page 138, I believe. No, 148. Look at how he grabs the baby. Look how he grabs the baby. Right? Psalms 137 says this: Happy shall he be that taketh and dasheth thy little ones against the stones. Why is that saying that, fam? It's because when they came here, that's what they did. The Spaniards took babies from their mother's breasts, grabbing them by the feet and smashing their heads against rocks. Check this out. They built a long gibbet, long enough for the toes to touch the ground, prevent strangling, hanged 13 natives. So basically 12 facing one of them because they're the Mashiach. Now, I'm going to tell you this right now. The Spaniards said that the reason that they were able to do this was because we were the Jews that sacrificed the Messiah. And if I need to prove that book, I can too. I don't have a problem doing that. Let's continue. Ezekiel is very prophetic as well. And he talks about something specific. And this, like I said, if you want to be part of this book, you better fit not just the curses, not just the bad shit that happened, but like everything else too, all the good stuff, the clothing, the food, the folklore, the history, you know what I'm saying? All of that stuff that comes with it. If you don't fit those things, then just step aside and shut up and maybe learn and repent. You may actually get a job. Ezekiel 22:25, and I will set my jealousy against thee, meaning Israel, and they shall deal furiously with thee. They shall take away thy nose and thine ears, and thy remnant shall fall by the sword. Nose and ears, right? Check this out. What were the Spaniards doing here? Check this out. They would cut an Indian's hand and leave them dangling by the shreds of skin. They would test their swords and their manly strength on captured Indians and place bets on slicing off their heads or cutting off the bodies in half with one blow. See this right here? It says here, Indians would not tell him who, it says one crew captain traveled over many leagues, capturing all the Indians he could find. Since the Indians could not tell him who their new lord was, he cut off the hands of some and threw the others to dogs, and thus they were torn to pieces. See this right here? They threw their bodies inside holes because they would not give them, you know what I'm saying? They would burn us just to collect gold. They would set us on fire. And what would they do? With my own eyes, I saw Spaniards cut off the nose, hands, and ears of the Indians. Ezekiel 22:25, and I will set my jealousy against thee, and they shall deal furiously with thee. They shall take away thy nose and thine ears. With thine own eyes, I saw Spaniards cut off noses, hands, and ears of Indians, male and female. You're going to tell me that I'm supposed to all of a sudden feel sorry for you? Why? Because it's not politically correct? Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you didn't give a shit about that. I thought you just wanted to speak your word, speak your mind. I thought we could speak our mind and it'd be okay. Now, all of a sudden, because you are fearful of what we know, now, all of a sudden, because you can't scare me with your, white presence, now you got a problem. Jeremiah 49:11. Oh, is it? No, that's not it. Hold on. Jeremiah 11:12. Oh, no. As a matter of fact, Jeremiah 49:12. For thus say the Lord, behold, just say the Lord Yahoo, behold, they whose judgment was not to drink of the cup have assuredly drunken. And art thou he that shall altogether go unpunished? Thou shalt not go unpunished, but thou shalt surely drink of it. You are going to. I don't care what you guys say. All of a sudden now you want to say, you know, this Bible. Okay, who are you according to the Bible? Obadiah 1:16, for as ye have drunk upon my holy mountain, meaning like you stood up there and claimed my name, say that you're the Hebrews of the Bible, right? For as ye have drunk upon my holy mountain. I'm going to tell you something, family. Even though the Bible says that he chose Israel, he gave other nations opportunities, okay? Sodom and Gomorrah, the Canaanites, Wisdom of Solomon 12, he gave them opportunities. He gave Esau a chance. He gave him the fucking birthright. What did he do? He didn't want it. Twice. The first time was when he sold it to Jacob. The second time was, you know, Jacob kind of snuck it out of him. Because the mom knew that he was a demon. And you don't give these things to demons. That's why when you marry your wife, and she is of indigenous, our people, don't just leave her because BHI told you, bro. She does have a mind of her own. You know what I'm saying? They are wise too, fam. They are your support. Do not neglect them. It's pretty stupid. They do have good judgment as well. Verse 16, for ye have drunk upon my holy mountain, so shall all the heathen drink continually. So like, hey, listen, you say you're the Hebrews? Okay. Sounds good. Because, you know, I gave them the law, statutes, and commandments. I told them, not don't do this, don't do that. But, you know, okay. They shall drink and they shall swallow down, meaning like full throat. I know you guys like to do that and shit because, you know, Anglo, Greek, Roman, you guys love that rainbow and deny it at the same time. And they shall be as though they had not been. Let's go back to Jeremiah. Jeremiah 49, because we're trying to get to a point. 13, for I have sworn by myself that saith the Lord, that Basra shall become a desolation, a reproach, a waste, and a curse. And all the cities thereof shall be perpetual waste. So for you guys that you're so attached to this land, I'm going to tell you this right now, fam. Don't be. Because based on what we are reading, this place will be burning forever. Joel 3:19, it says this. It says, Egypt shall be a desolation, and Edom shall be a desolate wilderness. For the violence against the children of Judah, because they have shed innocent blood in their land, meaning that when you came here, you knew who we were according to the Bible, and you still lied to us. And then you got BHIs claiming that we're just, you know, other nations or other tribes, but they put themselves at the head one. There's a reason for that. Obadiah 1:18, it says, and the house of Jacob shall be a fire, and the house of Joseph a flame, and the house of Caucasoids for a burn or stubble, and they shall kindle in them. You know, like that really soft kind of brush that's dry. As soon as you light it up, it burns real quick, just like that. Just like that. Let's go to Malachi real quick, man. Let's go to Malachi real quick. I'm just trying to touch on some things because I said it, and I hated Esau. That's why the two classes before have everything to do with what I'm sharing with you guys today. And laid his mountains and his heritage waste for the dragons of the wilderness. So if his heritage is waste, who is he going to worship? Which dragons do you think he's going to ask to be gods? Think about that for a moment, fam. And we saw a video that actually expresses what the hell they were doing. Whereas Edom saith, we are impoverished, but we shall return and build a desolate place. Thus say the Lord of hosts, they shall build, but I will throw down. They shall call them the border. They shall build, but I will throw down. They shall call them the border of wickedness, and the people against whom the Lord had indignation forever. Impoverished, but they will be rebuilding. Desolate places. What causes it to be desolate? It's a state of mind too. It's a type of leadership, the type of people that you guys are. Now it says here that they who, right? It says here, Egypt saith, we are impoverished, but we will return and build desolate places. Thus say the Lord of hosts, they shall build, but I will throw down. Right? We see this right here. So now let's go back to this real quick. So when after, let's say, 1500. Because you're dealing with Byzantine Empire, Ottoman Empire, all of those monarchies, right? Now, keep in mind that the Byzantine Empire was just an extension of the Roman Empire. Just be mindful of that. Now, it says here, behold, I had, Obadiah 1:2, behold, I have made thee small among the heathen. So that's why I tell y'all, they are not procreating. You guys never can. And especially at this point. Why do you think they brought 50-something white folks from South Africa? And they're trying to give people I guess money and grants so you can have white babies. The pride of thine heart has deceived thee. You see what I was saying the whole time? You were not in the position of power because you were superior. No, you were there in the position of power because you were supposed to be punishment. You know what I'm saying? It's kind of like work. They always put stupid ass people above you to manage you. You see what I'm saying? The pride of thine heart, that caucasoid heart, has deceived you. Thou that dwelleth in the cliffs of the rock, whose habitation is high. Now, how do you determine who these people are? We always read that stuff, right? Okay, check this out. Four presidents. On where? On Mount Rushmore. Mount Rushmore. Thou that dwelleth in the cliffs of the rock, whose habitation is high. Look at that right there. You're basically expressing who you are. You love the cliffs of the rock to show your habitation is high, to promote your evil ways of. Listen, this is who you guys are. You Christian evangelicals. I can't believe it. It takes you this long to figure it out. Amos 1. Let's go to it real quick. Amos 1, 11 and 12. Thus saith the Lord, for 3 transgressions of Edom, and 4, I will not turn away the punishment thereof, because he did pursue his brother with the sword, and did cast off all pity, and his anger did tear perpetually, and he kept his wrath forever. But I will send a fire upon Teman, which shall devour the palaces of Basra. It's basically talking about a place of punishment. A place of punishment. And that's why when you go to the New Testament, and then it baffles me particularly, because it really tells you in the new one. Romans 9, it talks about this right here. 9:7, neither because they are the seed of Abraham are they of all children, but in Isaac shall thy seed be called. That is, they which are the children of the flesh, these are not the children of God, but the children of the promise are counted for his seed. You see this right here? Let's skip. Verse 13, as it is written, Jacob have I loved, but Esau have I hated. I don't understand this stuff. When does it actually make sense? When does Christianity start telling people exactly what they're reading? How is it so that it's so complicated? How is it so that it's so complicated? Why do you think he's leaving you in the end? Look, I'm going to show you right now. It's all about money, power, grab. You guys don't even care about your own people, man. Seriously, they don't care about their own people. They just care about money and power. They're not a communal society. They're a capital society, meaning that they capitalize on each other. I want to get one over you. That's the mindset of Esau. He wants to get one over you. We read it clearly. I mean, I'm not saying that capitalism is bad, but when it's 100% capitalism, it is bad. There's got to be some social structure to it. You got to care for other people. Not everybody is born with the same opportunities. Not everybody is born with the same abilities. Some people just are gifted, some people are not. And you can't assume and say, oh, it's because you're lazy. No, that's effing wrong. And why, by the way, why don't you guys focus on the children and the elderly? Those are the ones that are being the most ignored. I always notice everybody ignores children and everybody ignores older people. That's why me now, I put mad love, pay attention to my mom, call her all the time. I know now that this is the society. You guys only care about from 20 years old or 15 all the way through like 50, and that's it, or 60. And then you guys forget about everyone else excluded. That's wrong. That's what is wrong with the society. Birthdays, all of those things that are like self-indulging. And I'm so glad that my kids don't celebrate none of that shit. And I'm telling you, family, so anybody that comes to this channel try to say, whatever, my kids walk the walk. They do what I do. I had a conversation with them today. Like, listen, da-da-da-da-da-da. And they're like, no, we believe that. We understand. And I asked them, what do you think about these holidays? What, like, you know what I mean? Like, you still sometimes feel attached to them? Like, it's meaningless. Like, they have no attachment to, like, it's just, we know it's not real. But you know what I'm saying? But we yearn to keep the Most High happy. Do according to what we ask for. Honor your parents. Follow the commandments. We don't eat pork. We don't do none of that funky stuff. We don't steal. We don't cheat. We don't do none of that. We always honor the Most High. We keep it in our minds. Meditate as much as we can. Pray as much as we can. You can't force people to study, family. You can only do as much as you can. You have to be the one to study and be the example. That's the way that it actually comes out. You can't force your children to do it. You be the example and they'll follow through. So, look, Esau was a designing and deceitful man. Let me not forget the point. Let me not forget the point. Give me a second. Let me see what I was looking for. Oh, that's right. I got it. That's what I was looking for. I'm trying to download a video. Okay, so let me show you this video. It's about 3.5 minutes long. And this is what I mean. This is Christianity. Because they push this guy. This is their king. This is their leader. This is their religion. Prosperity doctrine. See, you're wealthy, you're white, that means you're right. And Jesus is all good. Let's go.
Our other big story tonight, the Trump family cashing in big time. President Trump's son, Eric, is now arriving in Vietnam. In just hours, he will be breaking ground on a new $1.5 billion golf resort there. This is according to Reuters, and the $1 billion investment is front page news there. And the headlines are quite clear about what this is. Here's one, U.S. President's son, Eric Trump, to attend groundbreaking ceremony. You saw the first two words there, U.S. President. And then we actually went to take a look at the website from the Vietnamese group involved in the deal. Look at the picture that they have posted about the deal. It's interesting. You see in the center, President Trump. Are you ready for this? I'll tell you about this picture. About a month before Election Day, this picture was put out. This is President Trump taking time from the campaign trail to appear with his son, Eric, at the signing of the deal to build golf courses and hotels in Vietnam. Time from the campaign trail to sit in the middle and to sign that deal. And this golf course is one of several major projects Trump org now has in Vietnam, including hotels and towers. Reuters reports Eric Trump, as part of this trip, is going to go to Ho Chi Minh City this week, where Trump org is now considering plans to build a luxury Trump Tower. City officials treating Trump to a dinner party, expected to accompany him as he tours all sorts of upscale areas. And while Eric Trump is in Vietnam receiving a king-like welcome, it may come as no surprise that back here in the United States, Vietnam is a high priority for a trade deal for Team Trump. Officials from Vietnam are reportedly in Washington for a second round of trade talks. And Vietnam has been singled out by President Trump directly. Here he is on what he calls Liberation Day, the day he announced his trade war.
Vietnam, great negotiators, great people. They like me, I like them. The problem is they charge us 90%. We're going to charge them 46% tariff.
So that was on April 2nd. 2 days later passed, mere 48 hours since Liberation Day. And what country did Trump again publicly single out? Vietnam. On April 4th, he writes, just had a very productive call with To Lam, General Secretary of the Communist Party of Vietnam, who told me that Vietnam wants to cut their tariffs to zero if they're able to make an agreement with the U.S. So Vietnam is actually doing exactly what makes sense here. Does it have a choice but to embrace Trump's son, to put up a Trump building, however many he wants, golf resort, whatever? Did it have a choice but to allow Elon Musk to launch Starlink satellite service in Vietnam? I mean, enriching the Trump family is a very small price to pay when Vietnam is facing those tariffs of 46% if it doesn't make a deal by the end of June. It is a very small price to pay for Vietnam when their exports to the United States account for 30% of their entire gross domestic product. So a third of their entire economy is relying on the U.S. They know where their bread is buttered, and Eric Trump is in the city now. Now to Congressman Ro Khanna, Democrat on the House Oversight Committee, also in Armed Services. The White House is saying Trump has nothing to do with this. He is at the signing of the deal for this a month before.
So we get it. 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 In case you guys don't know this, thank you, brother, for sharing this with me. Matter of fact, I think I have it already up. Hold on a second. No, I don't. In Daniel, I believe, Daniel 11. I think so, right? Daniel 11, 30. Yeah. Let me see if I can get it. Daniel 11. Hold on a second here. ¿Dónde estás, cabrón? Here it goes right here. Daniel 11, verse 30. So, Daniel talks about prophecy, right? Now, some people say that Daniel's prophecy already passed. And this is why I say that's Christian doctrine. They don't believe in regeneration. They don't. Past, present, future. Even though Ecclesiastes literally says that. Even though the Messiah talked about John being Elias. Even though Apocrypha says that it's going to bring back Abraham, Isaac, Abraham, and these other prophets. Now, let's read this. Daniel 11 and 30 says, in the Geneva Bible, okay, that's why you see it, what it says. But I want to show you something. Because again, we're going to prove a point. Who are these people? It says, for the ships of Shittim shall come against him. Therefore he shall fort and return and grade against the holy covenant. Okay, so now let's focus on this. Shittim. The letter is H. What does that mean? Here in the Geneva Bible, it says that Shittim, shit them, like caca, zoid. Wow. What is the coincidence of that actually making sense? Shit them means Romans, and I go caca, zoid. Damn. What's the coincidence? But anyways, let's read. It says that is Romaine power shall come. Hold on, sorry. Shall come against him. For Papalius, the ambassador, appointed him to depart in the Romaine's name. So Daniel, in his prophecies regarding nations, calls these nations different names, but they actually have a interest and meaning. Now here in this translation, Good News Translation, it says the same thing as well. It says Daniel 11:29. Later on, he will invade Egypt again, but this time things will turn out differently. The Romans will come in ships and oppose him, and he will be frightened. Now, I don't want to get deep into this breakdown, fam. All I'm trying to show you is this translation, but this does mean something in regards to what is going on today. For the sake of time, because I was trying to get to a point, and I'm trying to prove all things. We use all kinds of translations. So in this book here, it's called the New Oxford Annotated Bible with the Apocrypha. Let me share with you what it says. We'll go to the same thing. Verse 29. It says here on the bottom, and while they were wait, hold on, that's not it. Hold on, let's see. Am I Daniel? Oh, this is Ezra. Hold on a second, family. How do I get out of this? to fix this right here. What the hell did I do? I think I effed up on this one, man. Shit. I made it so small that I can't even see it now on the bottom. Oh, great. Yeah, you know what? I know this is probably the demon trying to mess with me and shit. You know what I'm saying? But I will figure it out. Anyways, let me get to Daniel. Yeah, it's before still. It's a little bit ahead. Right there. Oh, here goes right here. See, if you know the Bible, you know where you're at. So, don't worry about it, fam. I know the Bible. I know how to get around this book. All praise to the Most High. It says, at that time, appointed he shall return and come into the south. But this time shall not be as it was before, for ships of Kittim shall come against him. Okay, so here's the point. If we go down to the description of this, let's say, particular opinions of other people, what they study to, it says attacks against the Jews. Kittim, he refers to Rome. It says that the fourth beast would be a fifth beast, but not necessarily, because it's part of the fourth, right? He would sleep, he would die, but not, he would be wounded, but not die. You get what I'm saying? Now, why is that important to us? Why do you think that I show these things to you? Because everything matters of life, of what you look at. I think that if you have a fucking brain, and you have a question, I think it's only fair to answer that question. I mean, I don't understand how you may not want to answer that to yourself, or at least to find out if your questions or thoughts are valid. Well, let's listen to this. They say it themselves.
Countries have ripped us off. So in every respect, this is shocking, yes, because of the outsized consequences, but not surprising as it relates to the deeper issue at hand. It is, how do we unwind this, and how do we do it in a way that doesn't unmoor the very foundations of our democracy, the best of Roman Republic, Greek democracy, Roman Republic, Greek democracy, Roman Republic, Greek democracy, a system of checks and balances, all of that also under assault and under attack at the same time. And
I didn't say it. They say it. The Bible says it as well. There's no lie in these facts of who Romans are and what their traditions are. It says here, 1 Maccabees 8:1, now Judas had heard of the fame of the Romans. Oh, shit. That they were mighty and valiant men, and such as would lovingly accept all that joined themselves unto them, and make a leave of amenity with all that came unto them. Meaning, you want to be an American, you got to assimilate. It's the same concept. But even then, the true Romans, they were very different towards everybody else. Now, for the sake of time, let's go ahead and skip it to a little bit further verses. You guys can read this chapter, because all I'm trying to show you is the style of government. Verse 18, it says, it was told beside him how they destroyed and brought under their dominion all the kingdoms and isles that at any time resisted them. But with their friends and such as relied upon them, they kept enmity, meaning friendship, and that they had conquered kingdoms both far and nigh, close, and so much as all that heard of their name were afraid of them. Also that whom they would help to a kingdom, those reigned, and whom again they displaced. Finally, that they were greatly exalted. Yet for all this, none of them wore a crown or was clothed in purple to be magnified thereby. Now, I'm going to tell you something. This is exactly part of the actual class, because here we see that there was a tradition of this nation of people that kept it that way. And even when you talk about the 12, the 8, the 3, and there's a particular feather or head that acts independent, magnify themselves at the end, right? In this particular case, yet for all this, none of them wore a crown or was clothed in purple to be magnified thereby. Who are they magnifying today? Donald Trump. This guy.
I have concepts of a plan. I have concepts of a plan.
Now they
I
magnify
have
this guy.
concepts of a plan.
Moreover, how they had made themselves a senate. See, this me bringing up what occurs today, but this is who they have been. This is a government of senates, Congress, branches. Moreover, how they made for themselves a Senate House, wherein 320 men sat in council daily, consulting always for the people, to the end they might be well ordered. And that they committed their government to one man every year. So, for example, here is every 4, here is every year, who ruled over all their country, and that all were obedient to that one, and that there was neither envy nor emulation among them. Meaning, also, you got to keep in mind that, like, this is why the fight of currently is going on. Like the sister said earlier. Where are you at? Where are you at? Let me see. Hold on. It says Lameshi said it. Lameshi said it. Hold on. Did I see it? No, it couldn't have been that long ago. I think it was somebody said habeas corpus. Habeas corpus is right now an argument that is going on within their own, space. Meaning that habeas corpus is basically giving you the right to, or at least forcing the government to prove that you are the criminal they say you are. That's it. That's what habeas corpus basically means. They have to prove that you are the criminal, and you have to have that right. You know what I'm saying? They can't just accuse you and then put you in jail. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, but now, let me explain. So there's 3 branches. The 2 main ones right now that are, I guess, fighting is executive and judicial. Typically judicial, meaning the judges, interpret the law. The executive branch, which is where Trump comes from, executes the judicial decision. Do you get what I'm saying? But in this case right here, their organization of Congress, government, now it's being in question. So you see why it's important to understand how they're structured and how it's falling apart. This is where they come from. That's why this guy said what he said.
Countries have ripped us off. So in every respect, this is shocking, yes, because of the outsized consequences, but not surprising as it relates to the deeper issue at hand. It is, how do we unwind this, and how do we do it in a way that doesn't unmoor the very foundations of our democracy, the best of Roman Republic, Greek democracy, a system of checks and balances, all of that also under assault and under attack at the same time. And how
what I'm saying. So as we're reading what their structure of history, who they are as nations of people, because prior to this, they were dealing with, let's be frank with you. Here, I'll show you. They were dealing with shit like this. They were dealing with, wars between themselves. All they knew about themselves was how to kill each other. That's it. European kingdoms. The Frank's World History Encyclopedia. Here's another one. Byzantine Revolt. You have a lot of these Anglo nations, Caucasoids, who were always at war with each other. Okay? They were always at war. You have Spaniards, Portuguese, Greeks, British, French, Russians, Dutch, Netherlands, Swedish. You know what I'm saying? And if you look at their tribal, or at least how they change their names, they go by like the Goths, the Saxons, the Franks, the Vandals, the Visigoths, the Huns. And these people, when you talk about the Middle Ages, it's literally between 500 through 1500. That's 1,000 years. 1,000 years of darkness for the Caucasoids. So if we can see their style of government, And what's one, they got together and fought together and became one nation, because that's when, Alexander the Great, matter of fact, since we're on that topic, let's go to it. Alexander the Great was the one. That's why it talks about the first Maccabees. The Greeks were the first ones to develop a union for Greco-Roman relationships, which is why all of a sudden they stopped being, let me rephrase that. It was prior to conquered, but they were eventually one nation. They came back to itself again. Prophetically speaking, it says that they will not be destroyed. They will be wounded, but come back again. Do you understand what that means? And if we look at these people, the way things work, you can only judge them by nations. Look, I'll give you an example. How come Raza always gets judged as a nation, but other people get judged as individuals? When a Caucasoid kills a man, they say, oh, it's not white people, it's that child. Right? When a so-called Mexica does something like that, oh, it's all of you. And you know what? They don't even say Mexicans anymore. They say illegal immigrants, because that is a connotation to a picture that is vivid in your mind. Because when you close your eyes and think illegal immigrant, what do you fucking picture? You picture someone like me. I mean, you know what I'm saying? Like that right there. Like a fucking paisa and shit. You know what I'm saying? Like me. Because I'm a paisa. I'm a paisano. That's my gente. Close your eyes and look at an illegal alien. Even though I'm not. That's what you see. So when you go and judge nations, it's not judging as in regards to superiority. It's to understand. First Maccabees 1:1. And it happened that after that, Alexander, son of Philip, the Macedonian, this is Alexander the Great, who came out of the land of Shittim. Oh, shit. What was that? Land out of Rome. Because Greeks and Romans were right there dealing with each other. Had smitten Darius, king of Persia, and Medes. That's after the 10 tribes departed. 535 is when the 10 tribes departed. That must have happened around 530 BC. That he reigned in his stead, the first over Greece. Now, and made many wars. Now, you guys watch the movie. The movie's pretty kind of clear as to what they do, right? And he was, man, that's fucking crazy. That's what I'm telling you, bro. Yeah, you guys try to run away from your rainbow, bro. You guys are that. That's why I told somebody, man, if I had to, because I live here, if I had to vote, I would vote blue, because I know who you guys are. You know what I mean? Like, I know who you guys are. I'd rather deal with that than somebody trying to walk in at a store with a AK-47 and shoot me because of the way I look. It says here, and it happened after. It's like, so he goes and makes war, right? And made many wars and won many strongholds and slew the kings of the earth and went to the ends of the earth and took spoils of many nations, in so much that the earth was quiet before him, whereupon he was exalted and his heart was lifted up. That's why they call him Alexander the Great. And he gathered a mighty stronghold and ruled over countries, nations, kings, who became tributaries unto him. And after these things, he fell sick and perceived that he should die. Some people say syphilis. I mean, he was gay. Well, again, I'm not questioning that shit. Y'all live that life. But stop trying to act like as if it's not in your nature. This is who you guys are, Edomites. Wherefore he called his servants such as were honorable, and he brought up with him from his youth, and parted his kingdom among them, while he was yet alive. So Alexander reigned 12 years and died, and his servants bare rule, every one in his place. Now, think about this for a moment, family. Okay? So if people say that the Bible is not real, or if Christians want to tell you that the Apocrypha is fake, why is it that it's actually talking about the history of who they are? Because here we see that he split his kingdom between 4 nations, or 4 people. Ptolemy, Seleucus, Lacomace, I can't remember his name. Here, hold on. Let's see if I can. Hold on a second. 4 kingdoms after There you go. Yeah, Alexander the Great. The four kingdoms was Ptolemaic kingdom, Seleucid. Here, I'll show you. Okay. 4 successors. It's in the Bible here. Refers to. Oh, man, how come I keep doing that shit, man? That bothers me. Sorry, fam. So it's Ptolemy, Seleucid. Let's see what it's. No, hold on. Let me see if I can click on this. I should know this, fam. My bad. Dispenson. Fuck. Antiochus. That's right. So it's Antiochus, Ptolemy, Seleucid, Antiochus, and Lasamachus, I think, something like that. Okay, so I'll come back to it. I promise I'll give you a better answer. But if this is historical, and we're reading this, and we're telling you who you guys are, why is it impossible to believe it? So now, I've had this translation here for quite some time. So this is from, let's see how many hours I got. I got 2 hours. I'm going to tell you what, fam. I'm going to go until 10 o'clock, okay? So that's about an hour and 15 minutes. I'm going to read as much as I can and break down as much as I can because I got a lot of notes. And I'm not even halfway through. But I do want to get to this point because I believe that if we read this the way it's broken down, we'll get a better idea. Unless something awkward happens, because my son's under watch right now. We went to see the psychiatrist today. Seems like things are hopefully going to get better, but he's been having a really difficult time. Really bad shit. So I'll go as long as I can on this topic. Now, this book here, I shared it with y'all before. And it's called this right here. The Apocalypse of Ezra. Translation of early documents. So if you read this book here, let me give you a little bit of translation, blah, blah, blah. See that right there, okay? From G.H. Box, 1917. If you read this, it will basically tell you that there was text written that where's my son? There was text written that were found, but they say that the only texts were between chapter 3 to chapter 15. Okay? So that's what they said. So as I'm going through this book, and I'm reading it, I thought it would be important to share it. And let's see what we get out of it. So here it's what it says. 2nd Esdras, chapter 10, verse 1. And it came to pass in the second night, and I saw a vision. And lo, there came up out of the sea an eagle that was very large in size, and he had 12 wings and 3 heads. Now, I put these verses here on the side so you guys can take the notes and get an idea of what I'm talking about. Okay? So we're seeing a vision. Deuteronomy 28, Moses predicted that the same concept would be. 28:49, the Lord shall bring a nation against you from far, from the end of the earth, as swift as an eagle flieth. Large eagle. Ezekiel 17:3 says, in reference to, write these scriptures down. It says here, he cropped off the top of the young twigs. No, is that it? Hold on, sorry, my bad. That probably messed up. Ezekiel 17. What? I didn't get it right? Hold on. Oh, Ezekiel 17:3. And say, thus say the Lord God, a great eagle with great wings, long-winded, full of feathers, which has diverse colors, came unto Lebanon and took the highest branch of the cedar. Now, the Bible is very parabolic. So when you try to understand the deep meanings of it, the first thing you need to do is, how can I say this? I know it sounds silly, family. But if you want to understand this Bible to its fullness, you got to kind of imagine yourself as a dirty cup. You cannot fill the dirty cup with clean water. So you have to get rid of your old ways. All of that stuff that made you the unhappy individual, husband, wife, whatever it is. Or that person that always made you come short. The self-sabotaging mentality will not allow you to see things deeper than what you're reading. And I'm not saying there's anything special to it, but what I found is that if I want to fill myself with more of this knowledge, I have to continue to let go of and clean more space to make the water come in and be there, or else it will spill and I'm nowhere near. There's no progress. You see, when we talk about quote unquote evolution, we don't talk about that bullshit. We talk about evolutionary wisdom. When you read something, you can break it down and understand where each word comes from other chapters. If you study, the only way that you can is really just that way. The reason I'm saying it is because I think it's important, man, because as we're reading these things, you know, we come from church. We come from, like, I don't know, what are those fucking centers and shit? Those quick ass churches that they, I don't know, man. They call them prosperity, happy good day shit. That's where we come from. So, you know, to understand, it's like it doesn't take you to be smart. It's not about that. You need to be cleansed so you can fill the cup and have it clean. Ezekiel 17:3, thus say the Lord God, a great eagle with great wings, long-winded, full of feathers, which has diverse colors, came unto Lebanon and took the highest branch of the cedar. The whole point of me saying was because, you know what, when we are trees in a sense, I mean, it's a progress. And at the same time, you know, we see trees, they're huge, man. And, you know, we see the actions of animals, they always take the highest ground of the highest tree, meaning power, which relates to the cliffs of the rock that set themselves above other people, pride within themselves. So this is what we see about this so-called great eagle. Because it's at the highest point. Nobody is above the so-called eagle, correct? So now let's go back. And it came to pass, on the second night I saw a vision, and lo, there came up out of the sea an eagle that was very large in size, and had 12 wings and 3 heads. Now Daniel 7:3-4 talks about that. Let's bring it out real quick. I'll show you. And we're going to go through this slowly so you can understand what I'm talking about. Okay, I'm not going to go through this fast. Daniel 7:3. It says, the 4 great beasts came up from the sea. 4. Diverse one from another. You see how it says here? 12 wings. I'm sorry, no, I said in Ezekiel, it had diverse colors. Remember that? Well, it's here saying the same thing. The first was, and 4 great beasts came up from the sea, diverse one from another. The first was like a lion and had eagle's wings. Assyrians. You guys can see the pictures of Assyrians. There's a lion with wings. That's what Assyrians have. Babylonia, that type of deal. And beheld till the wings thereof were plucked. And it was lifted up from the earth and made stand on the feet as a man, and the man's heart was given to it. That's why you see the man with the whole forehead, like the whole beast. It's talking about the man that he saw in the vision. And I behold another beast, a second, like a bear. And it raised himself up on one side and had 3 ribs and on the mouth of it between the teeth of it. And they said thus unto it, arise and devour it from the flesh. So we're talking about Assyria, Babylonia. Now we're looking into who? No, hold on. Assyria, Babylonia. Now we're looking into Persia. And after this, I beheld, and lo, another like a leopard. Oh, hold on a second. Oh my God, did I actually mess up here? My bad, family. Let me go back. The first was like a lion and had eagle's wings. And I beheld till the wings were plucked, and it was lifted up from the earth, and it made stand on the feet as a man. And a man's heart was given to it. All right. And I beheld another beast, a second, like a bear, and it raised up itself on one side, and it had 3 ribs in the mouth of it between the teeth. And it said thus unto it, arise and devour much flesh. So we're talking about Babylonia, Persia, Mede, right? And now we see Greece. After this I beheld, and lo, like a leopard, which had upon the back of it 4 wings. So if you guys look at, even in their movies, he always portrayed himself as this type of individual. Now, these 4 wings were those 4 nations that was the split from. The beast also had 4 heads, and dominion was given to it. Right? You see it now. Okay? But I think I read a little bit more than I should have. But yeah, I shouldn't have done that far, but let's continue. So now we see here in verse 2, it says, and I saw, and lo, he spread his wings in the whole earth, and all the winds of heaven blew on him, and the clouds gathered together unto him. And I saw from that his wings were born, wings small and little and petty, but his head were at rest. But the middle head was greater than these others, and yet it was resting with them. And I saw, hold on a second, what did I have here? This famous vision directly. So see, check this out. I made sure to take a note on this. The famous vision is directed against Roman Empire, symbolized by the eagle. The eagle is a specially appropriate symbol of the Roman Empire, whose military emblem was the eagle. Okay? So let's just continue. So we're seeing here, it says, and I saw, and lo, the eagle commanded his wing to reign over the whole earth and over the inhabitants thereof. So now we can, if you can continue to read this, and say, let me just read this verse. And I saw how there became subject to him everything beneath the heavens, and not one thing resisted him of the creatures upon the earth. And, hold on, and I saw, and lo, the eagle rose upon his talons, and then emitted the voice to his wings. You see this? So the eagle, the body itself, is talking to its body, and said to them, go rule over the whole earth. But now rest ye, and do not all wake at once, but sleep each one of you in his place, and awake by times. But let the heads be preserved for the last. And I saw that his voice did not proceed from his head, but from the midst of his body. Remember, it talks about the dragon, the serpent. So there's a spirit behind this nation. And I numbered his little wings. So pay attention to this. And they also were 8. So we have 12 wings, then 8 little wings. Okay? And I saw that its end came and it was destroyed. And so that even his place was not known. And I saw, and lo, the second wing arose, and it also ruled over the whole earth a long time. And it came to pass that when it had reigned, its end came that it should be destroyed, as the first. And lo, a voice was heard which said to it, hear thou who for the whole of this time has held the earth, this message. I announced to this before thou should be destroyed. None of those, I'm not used to reading this kind of stuff, so, forgive me. who shall be after thee shall hold rule as the whole of the time, yea, not as the half of it. And I saw, and lo, the third wing arose and ruled it also as a former companion over the whole earth. So we're seeing what I call monarchies, or because there's been 12 major monarchies, 8 different governments, 6 major religions. So let's continue. And it happened to all the wings that each of them ruled one again and again were destroyed. And I saw, and lo, in the time that the little wings also arose on the right side, so that they might hold rule over the earth. And some of them held rule, but they were destroyed suddenly. And some of them arose, but did not hold the rule. Give me a second. Let me see. Let me continue reading. So here we see, let me see if I highlight this. Okay, here it goes right here. Let me get to this particular part, okay? It says in verse 29, and while they were thinking to the rule over the earth, I saw, and lo, one of the heads which were at rest, the middle one. So after all of these feathers and wings that were all over the body of the eagle, there's 3 heads left. And it says, and lo, one of the heads which were at rest, the middle one, awoke, and it was greater than the 2 other heads. Now, I'm going to tell you something. There are 3 major kingdoms right now that we're dealing with, okay? So in case you guys forgot, I'm going to play it again, okay? I'm going to play it again because you need to understand that these 3 heads, one was the major one and 2 little ones. Let's focus on this. Check it again.
Washington, D.C. has an occult layout. Watch this.
In Washington, D.C., there are 23 major zodiacs in that city, more than any other city in the world. One other thing you're going to love, I don't think it's nothing on this map. In the earliest plat of Washington, D.C., all the lots are numbered, except one. You get up to 665, and then it jumps to 667, 668. So what's missing? 666, 666. And guess what sits on that lot today? The capital of the United States. Now it's accepted by historians that the French Revolution was fomented by the Illuminati. George Washington, big Masonic. So they're passing along the ancient mysteries through Freemasonry. By the way, if you think that the Illuminati is just something you can laugh at and just some kind of boogaboo, here's a letter in 1782 from George Washington where he said, "It was not my intention to doubt that the doctrines of the Illuminati had not spread to the United States. On the contrary, no one is more fully satisfied of that fact than I am." These guys knew more about what was going on than we do today with all our modern technology and all our electronic communication.
Was the capital designed for politics or to channel power from something? Because
the name Rothschild is deeply meaningful when translated into Hebrew. Perhaps the German Jewish name Rothschild is directly transliterated into Hebrew letter by letter to mimic its sound, rather than translated into Hebrew word by word to convey its hidden meaning, because the correct Hebrew translation of the German word Rothschild is Magen Edom, meaning shield of the Edomites. The Hebrew word Edom means red, as well as the nation of Edom descended from Esau, Jacob's evil twin. The name Edom is composed of the word Adam, Aleph, Dalet, Mem, plus the serpent letter Vav, which is a pictogram of a snake. The Hebrew word Edom signifies the joining of the holy bloodline of Eve with the satanic seed of the serpent through their son Cain by adding a snake, a Vav, to the name Adam. Edom is literally spelled Adam, who is also Eve, plus the snake of Vav in the Garden of Eden, to graphically and cryptically portray Judaism's secret doctrine that Gentiles are the satanic offspring of the evil serpent and Eve. Eve herself is said to be the evil, tempting female side of Adam, which means that Gentiles derive entirely from evil and have no redeeming qualities whatsoever. Many of the leading Rothschilds have had a Messiah complex and acted as dynastical kings of the Jews, like King David. They adopted a coat of arms that mimics the German Jewish royal houses of Hanover and Saxe-Coburg and Gotha, as well as the Royal Scottish and related regal coat of arms of Great Britain, which came to be ruled by those same German Jewish royal houses. The German Jewish monarchs of Great Britain changed the name of their house to Windsor in 1917 to conceal their German Jewish roots shortly before Lord Balfour issued his declaration to Lord Walter Rothschild in the name of the King's majestic government. The unicorn signifies God, the Messiah son of David, and the Sapphira Hesed, the mercy and love he brings to the Jewish people in the form of the rainbow. The lion is the unicorn's arch-enemy, Satan, the Messiah son of Joseph, and stands for Samael and the red planet Mars, and the Sapphira Din and Gevurah, the judgment, punishment, and power of Satan. The Sephirotic Rothschild coat of arms contains a red shield behind the moon of Yesod, the Sapphira of the two Messiahs. It also exhibits the six-pointed Magen David, or Shield of David, on the left-hand evil side.
These spiritual beings, such as Baal and Moloch, which they still do ceremonies for today, such as in Bohemian Grove, there is a giant effigy, stone effigy of an owl. That's the god Moloch. The god Moloch goes all the way back to Rome and Carthage, in which they were offering child sacrifices to this god in exchange for power. And then they will do your bidding, but you end up paying a terrible price for it. You end up losing your soul. And in fact, the groups that work with these entities invariably end up being destroyed, and that is written right into their symbolism, the symbol of the eagle. The original American bird was not the eagle. Benjamin Franklin wanted to be the phoenix. The phoenix is the symbol of the cabal. Why? Because the cabal must be burned to ashes, seems to be completely destroyed, but it keeps arising and reincarnating from the ashes. It comes back. So part of their religious belief is that in order to get their New World Order, they must be publicly exposed, they must die for their beliefs, they will appear to be wiped out, and they actually believe that these extraterrestrial gods that they've been contracting with all these centuries are going to return, and they will be glorified. They will return in light bodies, and they will actually now be the rulers of the earth. So this is part of their religious belief. One of the things that I learned from whistleblowers from the cabal itself is that they have to work within something they call the rules. And this is very, very important. The rules state that they have to tell us what they're doing. Therefore, if we allow it to happen, we have consented to tyranny, we have consented to enslavement. Now, if you get into the secret history of the cabal, Queen Elizabeth's royal astrologer, a man named John Dee, who is the prototype of the wizard with the long beard, the hat, and what he did was to rediscover, through these ancient documents that were in the Vatican, the technology of how to access what they considered to be spiritual beings that were useful to them, but what we would consider to be demonic or evil beings. These beings need to be accessed through a very complex set of rituals and ceremonies. You cannot just ask for them to show up. You have to follow very elaborate and specific protocols. So John Dee rediscovered the technology of how to draw the magic circles, how to say the right incantations, how to actually do black magic on a governmental level. This is what people are going to have so much trouble with once disclosure happens, is that these people actually practice black magic. These people honestly believe that they are the descendants of gods, that they are the chosen, that they are God's special people, that we are delusional, and that the true creator is this wisdom principle that they think of as Lucifer, that wisdom principle gave us ancient mystery school teachings, and that the enemy, which they call Adonai, the adversary, which we would call the Christian God, came to try to defeat them. Then they even take it a step further and they look at texts like the Bible and they say that where it says in the end times that God will take the money from the wicked and restore it to the just, that we as a planet are the wicked and they are the just. So this is how they justify their financial corruption. They don't believe that we deserve the money. In fact, they believe that if they did not dominate us, and if they did not control us and play all these games, that we left to our own devices would destroy our planet. So in some twisted rationale, they believe they are saving the earth, they believe humans are bad for the environment, we cause pollution, so they have to reduce population. Then they seed that into movies like The Matrix, where Agent Smith says that that humans are like a virus on the planet. This is one of a variety of ways in which they will usually embed their teachings into the villain.
Minds. Most of these people running around, we're not going to win their hearts and minds because they don't have hearts and they don't have minds. So, how are we going to, there's no reason to think we're ever going to convince them, but we can deport them, we can put them in jail, we can make their lives miserable, we can cut off their funding, and that's what the Trump administration is doing for the first time.
We're never going to win the hearts and minds of anti-Semites because they don't have hearts and they don't have minds. But what we can do is hit them where it hurts. We can arrest them, we can deport them, and we can cut off their funding. And that is exactly what we are seeing the Trump administration put into action.
Who gripped it off of free speech and who won't say anything, and recognizing that this administration, this current administration, is taking a turn that is quite dark. Okay, it is not what we signed up for. We are supposed to be the people who defend speech. So why is it now I'm finding myself in agreement with Anna Kasparian?
If you are spewing anti-Semitic garbage, you're actually free to do that as long as you don't act on it, right? Free speech is a thing. Hate speech is protected under the First Amendment. This guy thinks that simply criticizing how Israel is prosecuting the war is already anti-Semitic. It's already anti-Semitism. And he wants to throw you in prison for it.
Yeah.
In prison for it.
And by the way, that was an answer to a question about Tucker Carlson and Candace Owens. So we're not talking about student visas anymore.
Que es un criminal sionista, lo digo abiertamente, él apoyó a Trump y es íntimo de Netanyahu. Entonces, cuando llegó Netanyahu a Dallas, Texas, que había un grupo de judíos o israelíes, no sé cómo se diga ya eso, le decían, oye, ¿por qué persigues tanto a los palestinos? Y les dice, los palestinos son para nosotros los israelíes lo que los mexicanos son para ustedes en Estados Unidos. Entonces yo veo la palestinización de los mexicanos en Estados Unidos.
Con todos los componentes.
¿Cómo?
Con todos los componentes, porque primero Estados Unidos le roba el territorio a México, después le termina de construir un muro, después los ataques xenófobos y racistas por un componente étnico y religioso también. ¿Qué falta?
Bueno, falta el último capítulo. Vamos a empezar a ver, hay que tenerlo en el escenario, una gran discriminación sobre los mexicanos. Eso a mí me queda muy claro. Y Estados Unidos, porque aquí la pureza blanca del WASP, el racismo, supremacismo, es igual que la pureza inventada de los nuevos judíos del siglo XXI, que ni son semitas. Lo digo con responsabilidad. Hoy uno llega a Tel Aviv y el 25% habla ruso. Son de origen házaro. Los házaros, lo digo también con definiciones puntuales, son mongoles centroasiáticos. No son semitas.
So when you go through this, and that's why it's heavy duty, that video, man. And you start breaking down, and look, I don't want to overwhelm y'all with so much reading, because I would advise you to read this chapter so you can understand exactly, because it goes to the actual breakdown of the eagle, the heads, and let me summarize it, at least to give you one answer, because we have about, let's see, hold on a second. I have 45 minutes. So I already know it. If I go into the rest of the stuff, I'm going to lag on the info here. So let me show you this real quick. This is on page 94 of this Apocalypse of Ezra, okay? It's a different it's not a different translation. It's what they had originally, or translated to before, we got the 1, 2, and then the 16. It says, in Daniel 7:3, the eagle is identified with the fourth beast of Dan 7, okay? Now, check this out. It says here on the bottom, and it came to pass when the lion had spoken the words unto the eagle, and saw, and lo, the head that was left was destroyed suddenly. Remember, there was 3 heads. And then 2 wings, which went over unto it, rose up in order to reign. And their principate had an end and was full of uproar. So now, these 2 wings that we're talking about here, which is what I call part of the government. because remember, it's 12, 8. Man, I should just show you guys this whole thing, but fuck. If I do that, I'm going to take longer. If I don't express this here, give me a second. It's not going to make sense, and I don't like that. Ah, man. All right, now I'm dealing with this shit right here. Hey, look, fam, I really apologize. This right here is not normal. Like, do you see this little dots on the bottom? It's basically saying that I like minimize my screen so small, okay? So I had my notes set up, and as I'm going through this book, I also have other notes in this book, but fuck, man, just not good. I'll tell you what I'm gonna do, so I don't sound like a fool, because that's one thing I don't like, and I should have already been mindful of that. So I apologize for not being clear on this real quick, but as you can see, it's not giving me the load screen, fam. This right here, and I need it because I need to magnify, I need to choose things, I need to move, you know what I'm saying? And so it's not that I'm trying
told you about the misfortune of her son.
I just clicked on something, I didn't even know that. It's not that I'm trying to avoid this topic, fam. I just did not expect that to happen. So it was part of my notes. I had kind of like a category here. Now I'm supposed to look for a word, and now I can't look for the word because I can't fucking find that shit. So let me see what else I can cover. I can't skip that though, man. Shit. Let me see if I can. No, I can't. I'm not going to do it. Matter of fact, you know what, fam? Let me do this. I'm going to pause right now because I need access to this. So I'm going to make this part 1, okay? I need to fix my screen, and I'm not about to do it right now. Let me see if I can try. Oh, come on, give me a break. Let me see, archive.org. You see how it looks? Okay, hold on. Okay, is it going to work now? Are you going to work? Are you going to work now? Okay, let's see. Okay, so this right here. Okay. Give me a moment. What verse is that? 5. Give me a moment, Sam. See verse 5. Let's see. I saw. So the eagles commanded his wings to reign over the whole earth. And over them that dwell upon it. Subject to him beneath the. Give me a. I'm trying to see where I'm at, fam. Give me a second. Saw how they became subject to him, everything beneath him. Okay. All right. So when we're talking, okay, so here's go. So when we're talking about the actual breakdown of this particular beast, all right, it mentions, let's read it real quick. So let me just kind of get my bearings right. So it's talking about, they came up out of the sea an eagle. It was very large, and it had 12 wings and 3 heads. And I saw and it spreads, and he spread his wings, and the whole earth and all the winds of the heaven blew on him, And the clouds gathered together unto him. And I saw from his wings were born small wings, and little and petty. Right? So we got 12 and 3 heads so far. So 12 wings, 3 heads, right? But his heads were at rest. But the middle head was greater than the others, and yet it was resting with them. And I saw, and lo, the eagle commanded his wings to reign over the whole earth and the whole inhabitants thereof. Right? So here we start seeing basically a generalized version of this eagle. Okay? So now when we get deeper into this particular eagle here, we see how its wings and feathers and heads are starting to try to take over. All right? So now, let me take you here now to chapter 12. And I think I should have highlighted this stuff. And let me see. Hold on a second. Is this it right here? Hold on a second. Hold on. And my bad, fam. Okay, so here it goes. So, see, this is why it's important to read this book here, because the interpretation is slightly different. So check this out. The interpretation of the vision of 2nd Ezra chapter 12. Okay? So here is where he's breaking it down. Now, 2nd Ezra chapter 12, verse 10 says, and he answered and said to me, this is the interpretation of the vision that thou hast seen. The eagle whom thou sawest come out from the sea, this is the 4th kingdom, which appeared in the vision of thy brother Daniel. Now, we've been reading that the eagle, when Daniel prophesied, was talking about Rome, right? But it was not interpreted to him as I interpret it to thee now, or as I have interpreted it to thee. Then he says, behold, the days come when the kingdom shall rise upon the earth, and it shall be more terrible than all the kingdoms which have been before it. Now it says here, 12 kings shall reign in it, one after another. So here's where I believe that this is a monarchy. Okay? So verse 14 through 16, 17, I think, talking about it. But the second, when it shall reign, it shall hold rule no longer in any time, right? And this is the interpretation of the 12 wings which thou hast seen. So it's talking about kingdoms or monarchies. And whereas thou sawest a voice which spake did not emerge from the head of the eagle, but from the midst of the body, this is the meaning. Because in the midst of the time of that kingdom, there shall be many divisions, and it shall be in danger of falling. Now keep in mind that monarchies are, no matter what kind of monarchy you have, there's still a so-called government. That's what they thrive by. Remember, we read earlier in the Senate that there's Senate, so-called Congress, they give power to one person, but the Senate still has to get this checks and balances. And it shall not fall then, but it shall be reestablished to its former rule. And whereas thou didst see 8 little wings grow under his wing, this is the meaning. For there shall arise in it 8 kings whose time shall be swift, and whose periods shall hurry. Now, if you look up the types of governments that are out there, this is what I at least understand that what it means. Because we're talking about not different countries, like so to speak. We're talking about a nation of people dealing with each other internally. Remember what they've dealt with: feudalism, monarchy, democracy, republicanism, capitalism, so-called socialism, so-called communism. You know what I mean? These isms are not new. Like, there's always been some type of form in history. They were just named different. It doesn't mean that it was, the exact same word. So now, when you start seeing in the midst of the time of the kingdom, there shall be many divisions, and it shall be in danger of falling. And it shall not fall then, but shall be reestablished to its former rule. What kept that nation together? Christmas Christianity. Right? I'll tell you something. All of these things matter. That's why this country, the moment it went government, religion, that's when it became a downfall. and it shall not be fall by then, but it shall be reestablished to its former rule. And whereas thou didst see 8 little wings grow under his wings, this is the meaning. For there shall rise in it 8 kings, whose time shall be swift, and whose period hurry. And 2 of them shall perish when the time shall come that's divided. And the 4 shall be kept for the time when the time cometh. So that's 8, 4, 2 left, right? So let's go back. For there shall arise 8 kings whose time shall be swift, and whose periods hurried, and 2 of them, so now that's 6, shall perish when the time shall come when that divideth. Now we know that with governments, they don't work no more. Like monarchy, you know what I'm saying? Shit like that, right? And 4 shall be kept for the time when its time cometh to end. But 2 shall be kept for the consummation. So we know from their own books, from the Perils of the Republic, they talk about democracy and republicanism. That's 2 different entities, 2 different forms of thinking, trying to work together. But 2 shall be kept for the consummation. Because remember, this is not the heads. Remember that. These are part of the 8 feathers. It mentioned, part of the 8 wings. It mentioned 12 wings earlier. You get what I'm saying? So don't be fooled. And whereas thou didst see in him 3 heads resting, you see that? This is the meaning. At the end of the time, the Most High will arouse 3 kings, 3 powers, 3 kingdoms, 3 powers. Who were the last right now? Britain. And who comes out of them? What video did we just see? The Rothschild. Who are they? Europeans, Prussians, Russians, Dutch, Germans, Khazars, the ones here. Collateral damage, they're probably not even Edomites, man. They're just a bunch of dumbass fools that believed it because they look like them. They even maybe jape it and shit. They don't even realize. So here we see that 8 wings are getting taken care of because the 12 already got done with. At the end of the time, the Most High will arise 3 kings, meaning at the end, Britain, America, and who are we dealing with right now? Israelis, right? Are they not the 2 people that have power? I mean, are we being fools? All of a sudden, now we don't know who rules America? Let me show you something real quick, okay?
Gentlelady from Indiana reserves. Gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 1 1/2 minutes to the gentleman from Kentucky, a man who is not afraid to speak his mind about fiscal responsibility, Mr. Massey.
Gentleman from Kentucky is recognized for 90 seconds.
Well, I'd love to stand here and tell the American people, we can cut your taxes and we can increase spending and everything's going to be just fine. But I can't do that because I'm here to deliver a dose of reality. This bill dramatically increases deficits in the near term, but promises our government will be fiscally responsible 5 years from now. Where have we heard that before? How do you bind a future Congress to these promises? This bill is a debt bomb ticking. Congress can do funny math, fantasy math, if it wants, but bond investors don't. And this week, they sent us a message. Moody's downgraded our credit rating, and the bond investors who buy our debt and finance our debt demanded higher interest rates on the 10-year note, the 20-year note, and the 30-year note. What does this mean? Very soon, the government will be paying $16,000 of interest alone per U.S. And the bond investors who buy our debt and finance our debt demanded higher interest rates on the 10-year note, the 20-year note, and the 30-year note.
Who's holding the banking currency? What nation of people? We're talking about 2 heads remaining, right? Don't lose focus, family. Focus.
What does this mean? Very soon, the government will be paying $16,000 of interest alone per U.S. family. And what are we telling them? Instead of taking care of that problem, we're going to give you a $1,600 tax break. Under the taxing and spending levels in this bill, we're going to rack up, the authors say, $20 trillion of new debt over the next 10 years. I'm telling you, it's closer to $30 trillion of new debt in the next 10 years. Mr. Speaker, we're not rearranging deck chairs on the Titanic tonight. We're putting coal in the boiler and setting a course for the iceberg.
So let me explain what he means, fam. Because maybe this went over your heads. He said that the bond investors are demanding a higher interest rate, meaning a higher return on their money, because the credit bureau that deals with the Uniform Commercial Code just scored this. Hold on.
I have concepts of a plan.
This man's country
I have concepts of a plan.
as literally like 580 fucking FICO score. They're like, bro, I don't want to fucking give you credit. Are you kidding me? So now that I know that you don't even pay up because you don't pay on time, you're horrible to deal with. Listen, I want a bigger return. What does that mean? Let's go backwards.
Taxes, and we can increase spending, and everything's going to be just fine. But I can't do that because I'm here to deliver a dose of reality. This bill dramatically increases deficits in the near term, but promises our government will be fiscally responsible 5 years from now. Where have we heard that before? How do you bind a future Congress to these promises? This bill is a debt bomb ticking. Congress can do funny math, fantasy math, if it wants, but bond investors don't. And this week, they sent us a message.
Hear that? Bond investors sent them a message. Let's hear it.
Moody's downgraded our credit rating, and
Oh, hold on a second. They said, listen, as an investor, I can't trust you because the credit bureau that gives you corporations credit, this is how you know that America is a corporation, because they're being like credited. You get what I'm saying? So like, for example, you cannot be a country if you're getting a credit rating. The only reason you get a credit rating is because you have live, actual assets willing to work for you, which will then provide a return to the people that lend to the corporation or entity that hired you in the first place. But let's continue.
Moody's downgraded our credit rating, and the bond investors who buy our debt and finance our debt demanded higher interest rates on the 10-year note, the 20-year note, and the 30-year note. What does this mean? Very soon, the government will be paying $16,000 of interest alone per U.S. family. And what are we telling them? Instead of taking care of that.
So before you get confused by that, let me show you something. Because when you hear interest, you see, he's being honest.
What if there was a way to know if a
But he's not really being that honest.
stock will be bullish?
I mean, he's saying things to his constituents, voters. But he's also not really saying bluntly what's going to occur. So halfway through here, we're going to look at this. But I want to show you this real quick. Let's get an understanding of what this means. All right, so check it out. Let's get to this point.
No, wait. It's Uncle Pipeline. Hey there. I heard you're having some trouble understanding the way interest rates, also referred to as yields, affect bond prices. Allow me to break this one down for you, Jack. Let's say you bought a 10-year Treasury bond in June 2016 when bond yields had bottomed. At the time, you paid $100 and locked in that 1.5% coupon, the equivalent of $1.50 per year. When yields recently hit 3%, a bond investor who just bought a newly issued bond was now getting a $3 coupon per $100 of their bond. If you wanted to sell your bond that you've owned for 2 years, you're not going to get what you paid for it. Because think about it, why would someone pay Jack $100 for a bond that pays 1.5% or $1.50 when they can just buy a new US Treasury bond with the prevailing market yield of 3% and get paid $3? Obviously, other investors would only buy your bond at a lower price that gave them the same yield as a newly issued bond.
Aw, darn.
Working out the bond math, your bond would now be worth $90. That's because, you guessed it, prices of existing bonds go down when interest rates rise.
So keep in mind what I'm trying to show you. Okay? The bond investors say they want a higher interest rate to their return. Listen.
The opposite is also true. When interest rates fall, bond prices go up. Let's look at an actual 10-year Treasury bond. This bond has a 2.25%.
Remember, bond investors say they want a higher interest rate return or yield. Okay? So watch, pay attention, which is why that guy was saying, if you do that, I mean, the value of the dollar is already low. They're not going to be printing pennies no more, family. What do you think that means? I mean, are you guys not awake yet? You know, like prepare.
Coupon. It matures in 10 years. The teeter-totter is flat when the yield to maturity investors' demand is the same as its coupon, 2.25%. We can see the bond is priced at par, $100. But what happens to the price of this bond if investors now demand a yield to maturity 1% higher? When its yield increases 1% to 3.25%, the price now drops to $92. Inversely, we see that when the yield to maturity investors' demand decreases 1% to 1.25%, the price increases above par to $108. Now, Jack, do you see what the inverse?
You see what that means, fam? That means that when these bond investors want more return, that means that what your buying power, when you go to the store and you exchange a dollar bill, the exchange is going to be a lot less. This is what you call high rise cost. So, I mean, I don't know, man. The wealthy always make money from doing this. And look, for the sake of breaking down this particular chapter, I want to make sure that I can follow up on it. I think I will do this tomorrow because I want to show you guys. And again, I'm a little disappointed because at first I could not get this thing taken care of right. And to be honest, it threw me off a bit. I ain't gonna lie. So when I was reading these things here, because it requires focus, it didn't work well. So tomorrow I want to make sure that I can touch on this because I do, based on what I read, it makes sense. 12 monarchies of Europe. We see the Franks, the Goths, all of these things, right? They all came from that concept. Christian, Roman thought process. 8 different governments. 6 major forms of religion. 3 evil kings. Now, let's put it this way. Why do I say that, there was 2 heads at the end? It's because these nations branch out from each other. It's the same body. So we're going to cover 12 monarchs of Europe, 8 different governments, 6 major forms of religion, 3 kings or evil leaders, and then we're going to get into the Sephiroth, the 7 heads, 10 horns, 10 crowns in the name of blasphemy. So I don't want to leave it half-assed and say, nah, I'm sorry, no, I got a little distracted, couldn't fix my window here, so, we're going to tackle it tomorrow. And we're going to continue in this book here. I may have to go back a little bit. Because there's a lot of stuff that we left out here. Like right here. Right here. So we're not done. We're not done with this. Matter of fact, tomorrow Because I will, unless something weird happens, I will do my live tomorrow, and we'll start right here. We'll start right here. And we can start seeing the actual breakdowns of who these people are. Because when you start seeing the Sifrod, and you break down the scriptures, and you really see like, oh shit. And that other video I showed you guys, the mysteries of the widow's sons. Like, you start paying attention to these things, like, damn, it makes sense. But, we have to go methodical. We have to take our time. And there's nothing wrong with having mistakes through the process. There's nothing wrong with that. At least I don't believe that shit, man. You know what I'm saying? Because guess what? I still got the live. I'm still going to have to show up again, and somebody's going to be like, hey, what happened to that topic? No, you're right. I'm going to tackle it. Let's finish it. Let's finish it. So now, before I go, I do have this to show you, which I never really did have a chance to. Where are you at? Hold on. Give me a second, man. Do I have it? Oh, yeah, let me show you this.
A Yasharel, al que busca estar directo con Dios. Esa es la respuesta. Más preguntas. Dime, Mónica. Ya voy a mí. Todo el mundo tendrá derecho. Dime.
Gracias. Buenas tardes.
Buenas tardes.
¿Qué relación existe entre el Mashiach y México?
¿Y México? Pues, para empezar, el nombre de México no es México. El nombre de México era Mexica. Y Mexica no es otra cosa que Mesías. Así que hay una energía mesiánica en México. Fíjate, por eso cada vez que voy ahí yo tengo una vibración especial. Los mexicanos sois extraordinarios.
All right, fam. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to leave you guys with this message right here to my brothers and sisters, because, I do this channel. Oh, and by the way, whoever is watching, I am going to do this. A sister that watches this channel from England, I think, she was suggesting to donate to the channel. So what I'm going to do, fam, is I'm going to open up a donation box. And other people have done this. So let's start like a drive type of deal. You donate. We do a drive for a certain particular person. Because like I told you, I live in a town where it's like 90% raza, right? So there's a lot of people that, sell food in the street and shit. And they sell flowers and they do what they can to make money. So I think we should do that. I try to run it live. And I'll be like, okay, today we're going to do this right here. I targeted somebody. I'm always driving by. I want to help the person out. Here's the pictures. Let's see what we can do for him or her, right? And I'll put a link to where you guys can contribute. And then, I'll record the whole process. You know what I'm saying? We'll make sure that we know who we're talking about. I'll record the process. You guys can see like the joy in their spirit. You know what I mean? We'll do some stuff like that. Because I think that's the best way to help. Look, listen, that's giving alms. That's giving help to your people. Because we're looking for a good intent. You know what I'm saying? Like, we're not talking wickedness. So I think that'll bless everybody, man. It'll bless my family. It'll bless you guys. And it'll bless the people that we're trying to help. And I will make sure that everything that that we do, I will show you. I'll give receipts. Because, I'm about giving receipts. So I think that's a legitimate situation, which we should endeavor. You know what I'm saying? I really believe it. And the reason I say that is because, I have a son that's disabled and I come from a family, you know what I mean? Like my son, he's 24 and he's autistic and he's blind and he's severely, in case you guys don't know. And, he's someone that I will never, ever have his own personal life. He'll never get married. He'll never have friends. He'll never have a wife. He'll never have kids. He won't have what you guys have. We want to take care of him. We love our boy. And it breaks our heart. It breaks our mind more. I want to make sure that you guys understand what I'm saying. Because when it breaks your spirit, that means you're broken. It breaks my mind. It doesn't break my spirit. Do you understand what I mean? So, if there's one thing we're going to do out of this channel, man, and you guys want to help, then let's fucking do it. Because I'm surrounded by people that need your help. You know what I'm saying? Like literally. 90% raza. And here's what I want to show you guys. I'll end it with this. Hold on a second, because we try to prove a point here. You know, we're tired of the bullshit. Tired of the bullshit. Hey, I don't know why, Rick, you're not showing up on my other window here. Oh, Isaiah's prophecies on it. What, did it take off? Okay, whatever. Anyways, this is a message. Cacazoids. Cacazoids. I told you guys, I'm telling you, they lie to you. Your crony elites lie to you. There's a few of them that are smart. The rest are just cattle.
Frontera de Sonora y Arizona fue confiscado un arsenal de más de 11,000 armas que iban rumbo hacia México. El importante operativo coincide con la reciente petición de la presidenta Claudia Sheinbaum al presidente Donald Trump de frenar el tráfico de armas. María Teresa Sarabia nos tiene más de esta historia.
Un arsenal de artillería con rifles de asalto, pistolas automáticas, granadas y municiones que suman un total de 11,000 armas de alto poder.
What I'm saying, well, by the way, Mexico does not, you can't buy firearms over there. You know, like you can't have guns over there. Like as a citizen, only cops can have guns. You can't have guns. Now, white folks here are like, fuck no, we gotta bear arms. Oh, really? I don't trust you, fucking caucasoids. You guys just shoot people because they don't look like you. Or because you had a hard time, or because somebody bullied you, or because you're depressed. You just want to shoot people. Like there's no it's not like you're like, oh, I want to shoot you because you're my enemy. I want to shoot you because, oh my God, you punched me. No, I want to shoot you because, you know, I don't want to say it because, you know what I mean? Because some of them are confused and shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, they're confused, bro. Like, they're not men. They're not men. They're like, you know, they're fucking, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, they're rainbowish and shit. And they're so mad at themselves because they want to be hardcore. You guys ever seen that movie American Me? America. What is it called? American something. I forget the actor, man. He was like all mad at his life and shit. And he was about to divorce his wife. Matter of fact, his wife started sleeping around with another guy. And then he was about to sleep with a young girl. And he realized that she was a virgin. But in the process of time, he was buying pot from his neighbor, his young kid. And the neighbor's young kid's dad thought that he was going over there because he was gay, because the dad thought that the kid was gay. And all of a sudden, he goes to the neighbor's house. It's a big convoluted bullshit. He goes to the neighbor's house and he goes and kisses him. He's like, hey, bro, I'm not gay. And fucking guy, he's like, oh, well, you know that I am. So he shoots him. You cockers are weak. You're weak. You're weak. Weak. I'm going to say it so many times because you want to know something? We weren't weak. We were just lost. We're not weak. We care for families. We're not weak. We care for our wives. We're not weak. We care for our kids. We're not weak. We just want to know who we are. And now that we know who we are, there's nothing you can do. And now I know exactly what's going on. Because guess what, man? Well, matter of fact, I'll leave it like that. Let's continue.
Y en la frontera de Sonora y Arizona fue confiscado un arsenal de más de 11,000 armas que iban rumbo hacia México. El importante operativo coincide con la reciente petición de la presidenta Claudia Sheinbaum al presidente Donald Trump de frenar el tráfico de armas. María Teresa Sarabia nos tiene más de esta historia.
Un arsenal de artillería con rifles de asalto, pistolas automáticas, granadas y municiones que suman un total de 11,000 armas de alto poder fue confiscado en la frontera de Sonora y Arizona durante el operativo Rayo del Desierto. Y es que luego de la declaración de los cárteles como terroristas y la oferta de la incursión del ejército de Estados Unidos al país vecino, se quiere evitar la tensión binacional. Sheinbaum ofrece cooperar en esta lucha, donde el tráfico de armas es un factor importante. El 70% de las que usan los cárteles provienen de Estados Unidos, aseguró la presidenta.
Y en la frontera de Sonora y Arizona fue confiscado un arsenal de más de 11,000.
So why do I bring that up? Because of this.
Oigan, se enteró.
Espérame, güey, no te pegues. I don't know why the window shows up over here. Fucking assholes. They always want to mess with me.
No te agüites, güey. Let's go. Hablaron del gringuito, del angelito que detuvieron cruzando la frontera a Mexiquito, que andaba lleno el muchachito de armamento de los gringuitos, y dicen que nosotros somos los violentos. Dice Donald Trump que todo el problema es de México, pero ¿qué crees? Detuvieron a Monseñor de nombre Scott Harvey Daniel Lee Thompson, estadounidense, nacionalidad estadounidense, y el angelito andaba bien armado hasta los dientes, iñor. Pero bueno, aquí el malo somos nosotros, por el color cartón. Pero ya sabes, fast track para darme a entender.
You know what he said? He said the color cartón and shit. You mean like, carton and shit. You know, when you buy a box, right? You know, that box is brown. You know, a moving box. He says color cartón. Para que vean, güeyes. We understand and we know how to play with the words. We know that not everything that sounds brown is brown or woolly. Stop being silly, man. Come on, be mature. You know what I'm saying? Like, be respectful to yourselves. Stop trying to, just stop it. Let's continue.
Gringuitos cruzando armamento a México para así armar a los delincuentes. Pero de nuevo, el problema somos nosotros. ¿Cómo se le dice a estos muchachos, según Donald Trump, los que siembran el terror? Comentarios. Oigan, se enteró.
I don't know what that was about. This is funny, man. Shit. Sometimes I trip on it. All right, so check this out. So this is funny because I found this. Oh my God! Please, dear Jesus, stop doing that. Okay, so we're gonna see this here, and again, we're finishing the videos because I want to show you guys all these things. All these things matter. You have to understand exactly what is against you. A brother earlier posted. I think he said, "Oh, there it goes, right there." Thank you, brother. Ephesians 6:12, for we wrestle not against flesh and blood. You know, we don't wrestle against these individuals that claim to have power. But we against principalities, against powers, meaning we saw videos of them worshiping demons, worshiping devils. The only reason why they get ahead of you is because of that. So don't envy their fucking success. Do you want to worship a devil? Go ahead, bro. You can get ahead. Go ahead and worship that. I'm gonna tell you this right now. I've never played with that Ouija board since I was little. I always knew, like, stay away from it. Because, in Mexico, we hear a lot of ghost stories and shit. In case you guys don't know, in Mexico and Raza, like, we hear a lot of ghost stories. So, for we wrestle not against flesh and blood, but against principalities, against powers, against rulers of darkness of this world, against spiritual wickedness in high places. You see that? Rulers of darkness. Meaning, we saw videos. They fucking worship that shit. They think that their spirit is not that valuable. Unlike you. I mean, it's not like every day you're asked, like, would you sell your soul? You don't get asked that question every day, But if you're just kind of sitting around and if you're like me, you're like, I ain't dealing with no devil. You know what I mean? I think that's enough. I think that's enough to say it. Let's continue.
There's
There's been a lot of talk about stopping the flow of illegal immigration and drugs from Mexico. But few people are talking about another crisis at the border: guns, specifically American guns. An estimated 200,000 to 500,000 U.S. firearms are smuggled into Mexico every year, part of what's known as the Iron River. Mexico says those American guns are responsible for much of the cartel violence that's plagued its country. And now it's taking an unusual approach to try and stop it. It's suing. The government of Mexico has filed lawsuits in U.S. courts against a handful of gun stores and one of the largest gun manufacturers in America. It believes damming that Iron River might also fix some of the problems that plague the U.S.
The story will continue.
You guys think like, oh, he's going to play some boring video. No. I'm going to show you something. You know, there's an old saying, at least from, I think the guy's name is Henry Kissinger. It's better, I guess it's more fucked up if you're America's enemy. But it's worse if you're his friend. Shit, man. Now, why? Why do I say that? Check it out. I'll show you. There's an attorney. There's an attorney.
Is using this system. When I first started, it was all spreadsheets.
Oh my God. So listen to this attorney. Listen, I do my due diligence, family. Like maybe I probably was one in another lifetime. But look at the silliness of what he's talking about. Look at his argument narrative. Let's go.
Hello again, everyone. Welcome to Washington Gun Law TV. I'm Washington Gun Law President William Kirk. Thanks for joining us. We're going to talk today.
Man, he was Speedy Gonzalez on coke.
About an incredibly scary lawsuit, one that we thought was dead but has since been revived. We haven't yet had a chance to geek out on it. I've been through the pleadings a bunch of times. It is a very convoluted subject, and I didn't know how I could do this in less than a 30-minute video, but we're going to try it today. This is another lawsuit in a long line of lawsuits that when people do illegal things with otherwise legal product.
His title is How Mexico is Trying to End Your Second Amendment Rights. Fucking fake ass attorneys.
Fuck that puto. Fuck that puto.
Tried to sue me for saying it.
Fuck that puto. Fuck that puto.
Because I know a lot of you.
Fuck that puto. Fuck that puto.
Try to sue me for that shit. Because what you're doing, literally, if somebody really was interested in suing your ass, there is a word called injunction. Okay, so this is a right that you have to exercise. And sometimes you can use that right when you feel threatened by outside influences that can dictate your outcome of how the law sees your situation. Because, you know, it's all about, like, you know, whether you're right or wrong, left or right, up and down, right? It's pretty simple. Let's continue. A second.
Fuck that puto.
Let's go.
The responsibility for all of that bad, nefarious activity lies upon with the manufacturer, of course, right? You're seeing this with Glock switches. The problem is not the people who make the Glock switches and the people who use the Glock switches. No. The problem.
You see you see what happened? He's saying that it's not the Glock that's the problem. It's the people that use the Glock. Okay, well, fentanyl is not blown into your fucking caucasoid nostrils. Nobody blows fentanyl in your, you know what I mean, your red skin. Nobody does that. But you're blaming the producers. But here, when it comes to a gun, you're not blaming, the manufacturers. You're blaming the users. Yet it doesn't apply to fentanyl. You blame the manufacturers, but you don't blame the users.
problem's the people who make the Glocks. You can't really make this stuff up. This is a case, though, that actually has far greater implications. It's a case that is literally meant to sue the American firearm industry into insolvency.
This is why it's so important to understand, fam. Sorry. How Mexico is trying to end the Second Amendment. How is Mexico trying to end the Second Amendment? Mexico's suing you because you keep selling guns down to them. But, you know, then again, caucasoids, let's continue.
It is a lawsuit that's brought by a foreign government and likely being persuaded by our government. It's scary for a couple of reasons. Number one,
Likely being persuaded by our government. So here's, look, what year is this? What year is it? Hold on a second. Hold up, man. Show your shit. June 2024. You want to know what he meant by that? He's a right-wing MAGA. And what he assumed was that, oh, well, you know, it's democratic push.
Industry into insolvency. It is a lawsuit that's brought by a foreign government and likely being persuaded by our government.
Here's what I'll tell you what. You white folks, I'm going to be real with y'all. You guys have proved to everyone to not trust your government. You have showed to everyone not to ever trust your government because you don't trust your government. You said that the election was rigged, so then you don't trust your government. That's what you said. Damn, you guys already blocked that. I guess you knew that was coming, huh? You guys said that, you know, you don't trust your government. Election was rigged. You are basically putting a doubt in your own system, and you put it in people's minds. So now they don't believe in the shit that you guys supposedly follow through with. No more democracy, no more democratic republicanism, none of that stuff. You have proved to us from hearing your caucasoid asses that your government is fake. You guys have become, or what I call MAGA has become the PRI of Mexico.
Extranjero que realice actividades al margen de la ley, se le impondrá la pena más severa posible, así como la medida cautelar de prisión preventiva oficiosa. A cualquier extranjero que realice actividades.
¿Será que el presidente Trump vaya a considerar terrorista a este ciudadano estadounidense, este compatriota connacional paisano suyo? Les presento a Scott Harvey Daniel Lee Thompson. Este es un ciudadano de origen estadounidense que intentó ingresar a territorio mexicano con 3 armas largas, 2 armas cortas, 19 cargadores y 2.095 cartuchos útiles de diferentes calibres, 3.000 miras telescópicas. ¿Será que el presidente Trump vaya a considerar terrorista a este ciudadano estadounidense, este compatriota connacional paisano suyo? Les presento a Scott Harvey Daniel Lee Thompson. Este es un ciudadano de origen estadounidense que intentó ingresar a territorio mexicano con 3 armas largas, 2 armas cortas, 19 cargadores y 2.095 cartuchos útiles de diferentes calibres, 3.000 miras telescópicas para armas y un jodido telescopio. La detención se llevó a cabo en el Puente Internacional El Chaparral en Tijuana, Baja California, por los elementos de la Secretaría de la Defensa Nacional y la Guardia Nacional. Así que más que sea otra estrellita para Omar García Harfuch, demostrar que el tráfico de armas proviene directamente de los Estados Unidos, de ese país que se queja de lo que él mismo está ocasionando. Los no existen. Les presento a Gabriel Seth Rogers. Miren nada más cuánto colágeno, cuánta juventud, cuánto futuro. Es un joven estadounidense y seguramente tendrá una vida bastante próspera. Pues no, es buscado por las autoridades de Wyoming en Estados Unidos por asociación delictuosa y por narcotráfico. Y adivinen qué, fue arrestado en México, concretamente en Culiacán, Sinaloa, por elementos de la Guardia Nacional, por elementos de la Secretaría de Seguridad Pública y desde luego por las Fuerzas Armadas. Otro narco gringo que cae en territorio mexicano, y solamente le digo al señor Trump que el problema lo tienen del lado del Río Bravo, pero al norte. Basta con la producción, pero sobre todo también con la distribución de drogas. Por lo pronto, otra estrellita para Omar García Harfuch y el combate al narcotráfico.
Caen dos narcotraficantes estadounidenses en Puerto Vallarta, Jalisco. La narrativa del presidente de los Estados Unidos, Donald Trump, cada vez se está debilitando más al asegurar que solamente los mexicanos son los que aseguran drogas sintéticas y fentanilo que traspasan a los Estados Unidos. Pues no, gracias al Ejército, Marina y Guardia Nacional se logró combatir y detener a dos objetivos prioritarios del propio gobierno de los Estados Unidos. Han caído Aaron Wilkie Murphy, de 51 años de edad, y Hong Tua Thi, de 49 años. Ambos personajes estaban altamente relacionados con la distribución de fentanilo que llegaba a los Estados Unidos. Y no eran mexicanos como tanto presumen los republicanos. Ambos provenían directamente de los Estados Unidos. El gobierno mexicano ya los está extraditando hacia su país de origen y es otra estrellita bajo el mando de Omar García Harfuch, secretario de Seguridad Pública. Insistimos, si quieren acabar con el problema del narco, que primero acaben con aquellos que distribuyen la droga allá, otro lado del río Bravo.
A Donald Trump no le va a gustar esta noticia, y es que el gobierno de México está deteniendo a los narcos gringos. Históricamente se ha querido negar la existencia de estadounidenses ligados al crimen organizado y solamente se han dedicado históricamente a echarle la culpa a México, como si los estupefacientes que llegaran a los Estados Unidos se movieran por obra y voluntad de la vida. Y es que en los últimos dos gobiernos de la 4T se ha disparado el arresto y detención de estadounidenses vinculados al crimen organizado en un 457%. Que usted se dé más o menos una idea, esto representa que en los últimos 6 años se ha detenido a más de 2.300 estadounidenses. Es decir, cada 24 horas se arrestan a 3 gringos vinculados a la maña. Esto desde luego se ha fortalecido con la estrategia de seguridad de la presidenta de México, Claudia Sheinbaum Pardo. Así que si queremos resolver el problema de fondo, que escuchen en Washington, D.C., que tienen las manos bastante sucias. Lelek comenta y comparte.
Ya tenemos extranjeros de visita.
Largo de aquí, así como ustedes nos corren a nosotros.
All right, fam, this one is a joke. I think this was funny. I might have shown this to you before, but thought it was funny. All right, after this, you guys have a good night, and I will do my best to follow up tomorrow with my live to make sure that we tackle that chapter. All right, let's go. Have a good night. Appreciate y'all being here.
Ya tenemos extranjeros de visita.
Largo de aquí, así como ustedes nos corren a nosotros, hijos de su perra madre. Largo de mi país.
¿Está de
Largo
vacaciones
los
usted?
gringos. Largo los gringos. Puro mexicano. Y a partir de hoy, pinche
Ay, ya
gringo,
va, para allá.
vete a la verga.
No.
Síganlo.
Ay, no.
Síganlo. A partir de hoy, todos los pinches gringos que vengan a México me van a tener que traer copia del CUR, acta de nacimiento, 2 personas que vivan aquí que se hagan responsables de su desmadre si llegan a ser aquí o en una playa o en un antro o donde sea. Y aparte, un pasaporte americano-mexicano.
Ok, para poder estar aquí en Monterrey, en México.
¿Le hablé a Claudia?
¿A cuál Claudia?
¿Claudita Sheinbaum?
Claudita, comadrita.
Claudita.
¿Qué se bufó a Trump?
Ella es íntima amiga mía.
¿A poco? Ya tenemos.
Yes. Me gusta el sonidito, dice. Vamos ahí, vamos allá, vamos ahí, vamos allá. Hey, ¿para qué te digo quién soy si tú sabes que nada más y nada menos que el faca, la ya. Desplazada de aquí, ya todo está por venir. Money pa' mi family, music para repartir al doble como Gemini. Si es que andamos bien chibiri, mi black y par de chiquilín, zombito como Tribilín. Sí que sí, Riquitín no me molesta. Somos dangerous, aquí no te metas. Tú eres un Guns N' Roses, solo aparenta. Ellos sacan culantro, yo ando en pimienta. Ey, ellos me preguntaron que cómo lo hacemos. Que te voy a contar, papito, si es que estoy enfermo. Tan bajo para esta carrera, cuando rima en ritmo lo parto cualquiera. Camino tranquilo, casi sin problema, caminos al filo de la carretera. Los niños tienen que esperarnos afuera, malandro madrugan en la madriguera. Voy desde pequeño, siguiente te sueño, lo voy a lograr de todita manguera. Ando con los malvivenses del bloque, que corre el cheque, mejor que choque. La chimemo, joder, no estaba muerto, andaba batallando un toque. Yes, yeah, oye, no estaba muerto, andaba batallando un toque. Black Cement. Me llega la punta del nepe, si no saben para qué que se meten. Vaya por la sombra que el sol está muy caliente. Ustedes no cantan ni con micro de juguete. Tampoco me alcanzan por más que con trampa trepen. Me pondré la bata para atender a mis pacientes. De falta de flow es que usted está muy padecente. Vamos a inyectar la dosis de carácter urgente, pero ya no sirve, que pase el siguiente. Probemos la cura en la bebida que está ardiente, cumpliendo un horario a las 4:20, sacando el antídoto de la misma serpiente. En pocas palabras hago cosas sorprendentes. Esperen su área monitoreando el ambiente. Si estoy operando no deja que nadie entre. Con 2 enfermeras pa' que no me desconcentre. Me ponen los guantes, me secan la frente. Ay, me pasan el bisturí. Parto tu pecho como las partí. En la calle es que aprendí. Todo lo que estás pasando me tocó pasar a mí. Te voy a quitar la envidia para que vivas feliz. Yo quiero llevar mi profesión a otro país. Deleitar el mundo entero con este don que nací. Que nadie me diga no, pero todas me digan sí. Que se me triplique todo el dinerito que invertí. Ey.
Yeah. Rapper One, el hombre orquesta. Radical people en la casa, more vaya. Vamos a darle candela, pa' la familia y candela. Traigo puro flow desde la vieja escuela. Espera, que no ha visto nada, espera. Que hay lumbrera en tu atmósfera. Digo mormo, falla Babylon, bye bye. Firme ya adelante con la frente en high. Uno busca fight, yo les digo guay. No pierdan su time, conmigo no bye bye. Me pidieron que yo entre y voy a meterle duro como antes. Voy a reventarle los parlantes. Firme ya adelante con un flow sobre extravagante. Y si hay farsante, llevo puestos los guantes, pero no se alarmen que no son guantes de box. Son guantes de seda para tratar el corazón. Corazón son, bajo de presión son, desesperación son, mala condición, Yo solo vine para traerte mi mensaje, Vine para decirte que se puede y soy fe. Vine para decirte no te rinda, socio no te rinda. Pon tus ojos en el que está arriba en Jesús, el caballero de la cruz, el único que está contigo cuando te apagan la luz. El verdadero sol y neto real batería, te cuida todo el día, por si no lo sabía. Cuando llega la resaca y todos se abandonan. Cuando llega la bajada y todos se abandonan. Cuando llegan los problemas y te abandonan. No es Rexona, es Jesús el que no te abandona y te perdona. No te abandona. Radical people in the area, more fire.
Without the people of America, Mexico, figuratively speaking, would be eating cat food out of a can and living in a tent behind a...
Anda viviendo tiempo extra y anda de mitotero, viejillo chismoso, fufurufo argüendero. ¿A usted qué le importa lo que pasa en el planeta? Si le queda como una semana de vida a la neta. México se despertó, se puso buzo, caperuzo. No es el México de antes que permitía tanto abuso. Ya no hacen con nosotros lo que les dé la gana. Ya no son los tiempos de Antonio López de Santa Ana, el güey que vendió tanto territorio mexicano, donde hoy vive tanto ilegal latinoamericano. Por culpa de un vendido el territorio se ha perdido. Por eso otro vende patrias aquí no es bienvenido. Una cosa es ser socio comercial a nivel mundial y otra muy diferente que nos quieran tratar mal. Aquí es bienvenido de cualquier país algún turista, porque México es la riata y no soy nacionalista. Tan solo digo lo que es. Ya es muy tu pedo si la neta no lo ves. Dirían aquí en México botellita de Jerez. Todo lo que nos desean que se regrese al revés. Hablo por los mexicanos al decir que no rajamos, que sacamos la casta donde quiera que vamos. Que si hay puros frijoles pues frijolitos tragamos. Y si no tienes sillas en el piso nos sentamos.
Mexicana es mi bandera. Mexicano hasta que me muera. Mis colores y mi tierra. Mexicano al grito de guerra.
Arriba el tricolor, mi país es un amor. Disfruta su sabor, de su tierra el olor, de su gente el calor, de su sangre el dolor, por su patria el furor. México es un amor. Que viva la raza de bronce y que viva toda mi gente mexicana. Acuérdense que un mexicano va a nacer donde se le pegue la gana. Deben de estar orgullosos de haber nacido aquí en la tierra del maíz. Y que chingue a su madre al que no quiera este país. México va para arriba arriba, ya se dio cuenta el mundo. Vamos a ser primeros, ya no seremos segundos. Quieren invadir México, qué mal me huele. El litio al mexicano, carnal, y es lo que les duele. Acuérdense de mí, por favor, guarden la canción. En unos años México será una gran nación. Acuérdense de mí, por favor, guarden la canción. En unos años México será una gran nación.
Mexicana es mi bandera. Mexicano hasta que me muera. Mis colores y mi tierra. Mexicano al grito de guerra.
Que viva mi raza de bronce y que viva toda mi gente mexicana. Acuérdense que un mexicano va a nacer donde se le pegue la gana. Deben de estar orgullosos de haber nacido aquí, en la tierra del maíz. Y que chingue a su madre al que no quiera este país. Y yo soy Siek. Te voy a resumir mi México, así que guarda un segundo. Tenemos una de las 7 maravillas del mundo infeliz. Aquí somos la tierra del maíz y estamos orgullosos de nacer en este país. De presidentes mediocres tenemos un historial. Si no fuera por ellos seríamos potencia mundial. Aunque le tengan tanta rabia yo al mexicano, si vienen a mi tierra cualquiera les da la mano. Porque cada quien ofrece lo que tiene dentro suyo. Mi país es superior, no lo comparen con el suyo. Basura, aquí hay tradición y cultura. Mi país es tan bello que de turistas se satura. Preguntan a América Latina del tricolor, patrimonio de la humanidad, mi comida y sabor, el folclor, nuestra fauna, también nuestra flora. Somos catalogados como gente trabajadora. Ni americano, ni colombiano, yo soy orgullosamente mexicano. Ni cubano, ni dominicano, yo soy orgullosamente mexicano. Ni americano, ni colombiano, yo soy orgullosamente mexicano. Ni cubano, ni dominicano, yo soy orgullosamente mexicano. Yo no pedí ser mexicano, simplemente tuve suerte. Aquí nos burlamos hasta de la misma muerte. Playas cristalinas, paisajes con estrellas, 32 estados repletos de mujeres tan bellas. Dicen que somos descendientes de los dioses toltecas, olmecas, zapotecas, los conoces. Que tú me llames indio a mí no me da coraje. Al contrario, es un orgullo tener este mestizaje. Vitamina T mexicano, tú lo sabes. Tacos, tortas, tostadas, tamales. En cada esquina encontrarás un buen changarro. Que viva el mariachi y el que anda vestido charro. Un águila comiendo una serpiente en un nopal. El dios Huitzilopochtli fundando Tenochtitlán. Verde, blanco y rojo, mi bandera nacional. Un águila comiendo una serpiente en un nopal. Ni americano, ni colombiano, yo soy orgullosamente mexicano. Ni cubano, ni dominicano, yo soy orgullosamente mexicano. Ni americano, ni colombiano, yo soy orgullosamente mexicano. Ni cubano, ni dominicano, yo soy orgullosamente mexicano. Empiecen a respetar a mi México más, por favor. Que un mexicano inventó la televisión a color. Gracias a México tu vida sexual es activa, pues aquí se inventó la píldora anticonceptiva. El número 0 es un invento mexicano. Gracias al entiendes geometría y álgebra, mi hermano. El flotador que tienes dentro de tu baño lo inventó un mexicano, claro, no se te haga extraño. Tan orgulloso de mi tierra y mis raíces. Nuestro tequila se consume en más de 100 países. Tanto me enorgullece la tierra que estoy pisando. Y así será hasta el día que encima me la estén echando. Querido México, tuyo es mi corazón. Querida raza de bronce, chingona mi nación. Mexicanos al grito de guerra, con uñas y dientes defendemos nuestra tierra. Ni americano, ni colombiano, yo soy orgullosamente mexicano. Ni cubano, ni dominicano, yo soy orgullosamente mexicano. Ni americano, ni colombiano, yo soy orgullosamente mexicano. Ni cubano, ni dominicano, yo soy orgullosamente mexicano. Bandera de México, legado de nuestros héroes, símbolo de la unidad de nuestros padres y de nuestros hermanos. Te prometemos ser siempre fieles a los principios de libertad y de justicia que hacen de nuestra patria la nación independiente, humana y generosa a la que entregamos nuestra existencia. El mexicano no te pide favores, te pide paros. Él no dice se murió, él dice ya chupó faros. El mexicano a los negocios llama tranzas, por eso dice el dicho que si no tranzas no avanzas. El mexicano es chaparrito y bigotón, él no se siente el mejor, él se siente el más fregón. El mexicano es considerado bien macho, bien trabajador, pero también bien borracho. No dice que está suave, dice que está chido. Cuando pasa una mujer bonita le avienta un chiflido. Le gusta la cerveza y el fútbol le encanta. El mexicano está hermoso como Oribe Peralta. Verde, blanco y rojo su bandera tricolor. Y le pone chile a todo pa' que le sepa mejor. El mexicano no se enoja, se encabrona. Y cuando anda encabronado ni te acerques, no reacciona. Cielito lindo, si muero lejos de ti, que digan que estoy dormido y que me traigan hasta aquí. Cielito lindo, si muero lejos de ti, que digan que estoy dormido y que me traigan hasta aquí. Cielito lindo, si muero lejos de ti, que digan que estoy dormido y que me traigan hasta aquí. Cielito lindo, si muero lejos de ti, que digan que estoy dormido y... ¡Ja! México inventó el mole, también el sopecito. Y el domingo tempranito se almuerza un buen menudito. Un mexicano no te pega, aquel te chinga. Y le gustan las güeritas ojo azul y que sean gringas. No te dice que mires, sino que guaches. Y sale a la tienda con short, calcetas y guaraches. Es ingenioso de la cabeza a los pies. Si no me creen pues nomás miren a Eugenio Derbez. Quizás a Juan Gabriel o también al Chicharito. O a Roberto Gómez Bolaños como el Chespirito. Un mexicano no se pone alerta, sino trucha. Y se mete a dar un shower, o sea, una ducha. Como el mexicano, nunca habrá otro igual. Su escudo es un águila posada sobre un nopal. Su himno nacional, la mejor de las canciones. Como dijo Molotov, ¡viva México, cabrones! Cielito lindo, si muero lejos de ti, que digan que estoy dormido y que me traigan hasta aquí. Cielito lindo, si muero lejos de ti, que digan que estoy dormido y que me traigan hasta aquí. Cielito lindo, si muero lejos de ti, que digan que estoy dormido y que me traigan hasta aquí. Cielito lindo, si muero lejos de ti, que digan que estoy dormido y que me traigan hasta aquí. Y que me traigan hasta aquí.
Mexicano bandido, todo el barrio prendido. Siempre ando bien cuido, siempre poniendo ruido. Mexicano está el grito de guerra, yo defiendo mi tierra. No me dejo de nadie, yo cuido a los míos, mi raza se aferra. Soy mexicano, esa es mi bandera, yo la levanto por donde quiera. Verde, blanco, rojo hasta que muera. El barrio prendido ya quemó afuera. Soy mexicano, esa es mi bandera, yo la levanto por donde quiera. Verde, blanco, rojo hasta que muera. El barrio prendido ya quemó afuera. Me voy tendido, me voy empinando mi bote. Un poco mareado por la bebida y el borlote. Me tiene hasta la riata la gente con su mitote. Pero me despreocupo, me pelan todo el garrote. Me para la chota, ya es por mi apariencia. Que hay tantos delitos, que hay tanta demencia. Yo no cargo nada, no más mi presencia. Pinche puerco joto, atente a las consecuencias. Si no topa el poli en breve nos para en la calle. No puede salir uno conmigo porque ya hay detalles. No quiere que conteste, quiere que yo solo calle. Quiere mi dinero pero que chinga su madre. A la dica este sistema nos quieren ver abajo. Pero tumbar gente, quien les dijo que es trabajo. Puro chingar al indio, váyanse mucho al carajo. Loco no me rajo, lo bueno porque
se armó la alianza más pesada del país. Todo el mundo ya conoce las rimas de estos MCs. Pa' ponerme más feliz, unos paisas de hachís. Mis paisas en el gabacho, bien truchas con la polis. Loco en Guanajuato, con los ojos bien tumbados. De coto con el Quesada, rifando por todos lados. Atento si prendo un blunt en cabina cuando grabo. Represento Nuevo León, junto a mi carnal el Davo. Cuando voy pa' Jalisco, el pasado está olvidado. Con el perro de la C, bien grifo, pedo y enfiestado. Chécate mi banderón, unido como había soñado. Bien bajado ese balón, compa lefty bien bajado. Puro hip hop mexa, hasta que amanezca. Pásenme un mezcal y que no se apague la yesca. Ya saben que aquí andamos pilas pa' lo que se ofrezca. Si escribo estas rimas es pa' que se enorgullezca.
Verde marihuana, blanca cocaína, roja la sangre que escurre de una nueva herida. Yo salí de la ruina, nunca se me olvida. Con disciplina y respeto respeto, sigo en la movida. Bien high, la vida es un freestyle. Disfruta lo que hay, vivo entre el bien y el mal, carnal. Crazy life todo el día, viendo live. Pinto tu barda con spray, lo que canto es real. Azules y rojas las sirenas que me persiguen. No suben pa' la virgen, salen todos cuando chifle. Mi barrio no lo pisen, que andamos todos grises. Maldito policía, no quiero que me revises. Prende la mota en Canala o en Hitter. Ando con mi flota y el dealer. Tenemos lo que se te ofrezca, tú nada más pide. Me dijo mi madre que de la envidia me cuide.
Soy mexicano, esa es mi bandera. Yo la levanto por donde quiera. Verde, blanco, rojo hasta que muera. El barrio prendido ya quemó afuera. Soy mexicano, esa es mi bandera. Yo la levanto por donde quiera. Verde, blanco, rojo hasta que muera. El barrio prendido ya quemó afuera.
Ya, ábranse cabrones, llegó el mexicano partiendo sin necesidad de palanca. Todos jugamos en la misma liga, yo soy titular, tú ves desde la banca. Disfruto cada cosa que me pasa, colaboro y mi carrera se levanta. El mismo cabrón que antes no tenía nada, se la pasa viajando y dice que canta. Por eso me caga enfermarme de la garganta. Pero aguanta, traigo mata natural y humo de planta. 2, 3 cabrones dando lata y yo haciendo más plata. De esto la vida se trata y pa' que sepas no es barata. MC da bolos desbarata con cada escalón que sube. Yo tuve la suerte de hacerme fama en YouTube. Hay 2, 3 raperos de antaño que me bajé de su nube. Los mandé pa' su casa y de premio hasta les pagué el Uber. Si alguien me tira es porque sabe bien que domino el negocio y quiere de mi parte. No quiero darlas de grande, pero si me tiras la neta me toca humillarte. Soy capitán, llevo el estandarte. Somos muy pocos los que hacemos arte. Este flow si es de Marte, tú dale like y comparte.
México lindo y bandido, diario a Diosito le pido que me cuide a la familia si un día el cora ya no late. Estoy bendecido porque me cuidan los míos. Orgullosamente me exatamos locos de remate. Jaque mate, no hable de volar si viene gateando. La cosa por la frontera se pone violenta, no importa el rango. Toda la raza jalándole duro, si hay algo seguro es la muerte endondeando. Sudor y la sangre en la frente, los de alzada controlando. Se roban la atención, ya saben quiénes son. Vatos locos con sazón como el de un corridón. No quiera tomarme el pelo si ando todo pelón. Levantando la bandera, viva México cabrón. Es el perrito de la selva. La bandera con un águila, Simón, mi tierra es esta. Me vale si mi piel o si mi acento les molesta. Acá jalan horas extras, nunca duermen la siesta. Están los que van pa'l jale y los que la viven de fiesta. Otros que en el pintón se tatúan de corazón. 3 colores en el pecho, morirían por su nación. Aunque su puto gobierno los puso en la situación de no terminar la escuela y terminar en la prisión. ¡Viva México, ladrones! ¿Qué hubo el expresidente? Ya saben que por mí policías chinguen a 20. Y ahí están mis 20 pa' la cagua. Aguas, que es tierra caliente de Chiapas hasta Chihuahua. Wow, 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 yipi-yo, yipi-yucas. Buenas Montecrin, Aguas, Tijuas y San Lucas. San Luis Potoyes, Mataulipas, La Puebluca. Dime si o no loco, acá tienen lo que buscas.
Soy mexicano, esa es mi bandera. Yo la levanto por donde quiera. Verde, blanco, rojo hasta que muera. El barrio prendido ya quemó afuera. Soy mexicano, esa es mi bandera. Yo la levanto por donde quiera. Verde, blanco, rojo hasta que muera. El barrio prendido ya quemó afuera.
Puro hip hop mexa perros 2023.
Ey yo, ey yo.
Somos la santa carnal.
Ey, los machidones de la plaza.
Oye, DJ Dundeque en los scratches. Desde alzada, mi perro. No saben quién soy o sí. Oye.
Viva México, cabrones.
Check it out, fam. I don't do this often because I usually, try to finish this shit. Oh, so I want to show you something real quick. Hold on. Let me put it back. This right here.
Odre viejo.
Stop. So, we always talk about regarding metaphoric, or at least, what the Bible's talking about. Right? What is the Bible saying? And who are these people that can give us a breakdown? Who can help us understand? You know, because that's technically where we're at, right? We're trying to find out who we are. It's not about hate no more. Let's just say that I don't, whatever, you don't know nothing of me. I'm just trying to share with our people, like, what the beauty is of this book. I personally belong to it. Some of you guys don't feel like it. I do. So in this great book, it talks about these things. It says here in Mark 2:22, no man putteth new wine in old bottles. So, you know, you and I are pretty simpletons, right? You know, we think like a bottle and shit. That shit is hard. How can you not refill it? Because that's what we do. Refill it all the time. Not really. Not in this case. Else the new wine doth burst the bottle, and wine is spilled, and the bottle will be marred, but new wine must be put in new bottles. Spanish. Ni tampoco echa vino nuevo en cuerpo viejo, porque el vino reviente los cueros. I'm sorry. Ni tampoco echa vino nuevo en cueros viejos. This is a good translation. Porque el vino revienta los cueros. Así se dañan tanto el vino como los cueros. Más bien se echa el vino nuevo en cueros nuevos. So for you guys that don't understand what the fuck we're talking about. Likewise, no man put it new. Here, I'll show you this one. Nor does anyone put new wine into used wineskin, because the wine will burst the skins, and both the wine and the skins will be ruined. Instead, new wine must be poured into fresh wineskins. So you guys are like, whoa, damn, Jesus. How the fuck am I supposed to be a wineskin if you're saying that I'm old and shit and I can't stretch? Because you know what I'm saying? Like, what are you talking about? You see, this is why it's important to understand who you are according to the Bible. Not what I tell you. Who you are. Because we have to manipulate our own selves. No one can manipulate you into believing these things. So let me show you something. I've shared with you so much about our heritage in this book. And even this understanding, we have it. So now, think about this for a moment, family. Okay? Don't be Christmas Christians. Fucking dumbass, Matt Walsh, piece of shit, caucasoids. Or Africans that don't understand the Bible. Listen to this. Nor does anyone pour new wine into used wineskin. Do you want to know why? Because when you have a fresh wineskin and you fill it up with wine, you mean like the belly of a goat or an animal, right? It expands, right? You fill it up like a bag. That's new wineskin. But the thing about skin, that it becomes like a cast, you know, it starts shaping itself up. Because it says it, because the wine will burst the skin, meaning that nor does anyone pour new wine into a used wineskin. Why? Because it's already crusted. It's already formed after some time of expanding. And as you're drinking the wine, it becomes smaller and smaller. And, you know, you don't rush through the wine. So it's kind of like, you know, it gets hardened, right? And both the wine and the skin will be ruined. Instead, the new wine must be poured into the fresh wineskin. What's that mean? This is why the scriptures talk about being reborn again. So here, this young lady, I'm not going to say her sister because I don't know who she is, but this young lady, this older woman, is going to say what it takes to reuse an old wineskin. You have to dip it in oil for several months. And then once you're done with that dipping of oil after several months, you have to take out the bag again. And then you have to fucking beat the shit out of it. So it could bring it elasticity. So you see the process? You're hard-headed. You're being brought down to the wine to soften up, and then once once you come out of the wine, then you're gonna still get smacked around because you're still not done with the work to renew yourself in a new consciousness, so-called being born again. Meaning, repent. I'm telling you, man, the only people that understand this book are sitting right in front of you right now.
Un odre viejo, como usted puede ver, está totalmente endurecido. Esto no soportaría nunca el vino nuevo que se expande porque ya perdió su capacidad de ser expandido. Entonces, para renovar este odre hay que suavizarlo, se sumerge en aceite por varios meses y luego tiene que golpearse para que todos estos endurecimientos vengan a ser suaves y la piel vuelva a ser expansiva. Entonces, si usted no sabía lo que era un odre viejo, este es un odre viejo.
See? You see how people don't understand these things? So it's left to the Hebrews to teach you, Gentiles, state of mind, people that don't understand what the hell's going on. Then you get offended because we try to help you. Pretty sad. Anyhow. You guys have a good night.
Ical, hijo, abre los ojos. Tu cuerpo se queda con nosotros, pero tu espíritu debe seguir. Busca la luz. Aléjate de las sombras. Deja que nuestro dolor sea tu fuerza. Desde aquí iluminamos tu camino. Lucha como nosotros ante esta pena tan grande. Yo soy tú. Tú eres yo. La muerte que hoy nos separa, mañana volverá a unirnos. Eres libre, hijo.